All right. Are you ready? Are you ready?
There's Ray.
Yeah, why don't we wait for Ray?
Hiya, Ray.
All right. Okay, so when you're ready, Kathy. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It is Tuesday, April 1st, 4:03 p.m. This meeting is being audio-video recorded. Anything you say or share will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. Anyone in the audience want to record us? There being no one, we won't have to get into the RICO statute. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Val. So we'll go with the members present. So Abby, myself, Ray, Connie, and Val. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, on to consent. Are there any recusals?
I should stay off.
Me too.
So it will be myself, Abby. Did I hear anything from Angus? No? Angus?
What's that? No, I'm not recusing. Thank you.
Okay, great. And Connie. And is Joe on? But he's on, but he's auditing. Okay, so we have a quorum, myself, Abby, Angus, Connie. Can I get a motion on consents, please? Abby's moved to approve. Abby, on your motion.
Aye.
Let's see, Angus.
There are a couple I can second, but there are a couple on here that I didn't have on the consent list that now have showed up. So I could express my concerns after passing the consent, if that works.
Yeah, we'll pick that up. Thank you. We'll pick that up as a contingent portion of the consent. So with that motion made and seconded, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Angus, which were the ones that you had indicated for consent?
It was 8 Jefferson and 26 Honeysuckle.
Okay, hold on a second. Go ahead, Angus.
Those are the only ones.
Okay, so those are actually on the amended agenda, which you don't happen to have a copy of. 26 Honeysuckle is number 18, and 8 Jefferson, I presume you meant both of those are 19 and 20. So we're going to go ahead and move on to consent with conditions. And thank you. Do we have any recusals? Okay, so it'll be members present, Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Connie. Motion, please.
Motion to approve the consent with conditions.
Thanks. All in favor of Val's motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Any recusals on signs? Is there a motion to accept the sign committee's recommendations?
I could make that motion. Motion to accept the sign applications per their recommendation.
Sure, that sounds good. And again, it'll be those present. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Carries unanimously. That moves us on to Commissioner Q&A with Preservation Planner. Does anyone have questions on the staff recommendations from Holly?
I have one question.
Yep.
On the agenda, it says 20-something India Street. Dormer? But
Beauvoir.
what, yeah, well, it says dormer on Holly's, and I know we had a dormer a few weeks ago. Oh, she's
Mr. Chair, I can explain that. You don't have the amended agenda in front of you. I removed that. That was on by mistake by me. I forgot to remove it when I did the original agenda.
Okay, so view pack, it's
Okay.
present, not present on the agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a mistake.
And
Do we have a hard copy of the staff comments for the chair? Any chance?
You can have mine.
No, no.
No, you can, yeah. Here, I
Are
copied
you
them.
sure?
Yes, yeah.
Well, no, I don't,
printed
Connie,
them.
that's,
No, that's fine.
okay, I just
Go
try
ahead,
to,
because you look at, I looked at, I read them.
okay. I try to refer back to them during the meeting. Okay, let's see, so, any other questions or comments for Holly on recommendations? Okay. Holly, you got anything for us on CLG or any comments in particular on the staff?
I don't, Mr. Chair, but I do plan on staying for the next round of applications on Orange Street in Cherry.
117 Cherry. Okay. And I know 10 Polywog Pond, that's because it's the move on?
Right. Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
And I am not sitting on, well, I guess I'm sitting on 117, or I was. I recused from the rest of them.
Okay, so you are not sitting on 10 Polywog or 1 Cherry Street?
Or 117 Orange Hardscape or 1 Cherry Hardscape.
Okay, so I just as a procedural matter, if you're recusing from 117 Orange Hardscape, it would seem to reason that someone would want to not, I'm not asking you, but someone would wonder why you're not recusing from the one you've already sat on at 117 Orange. So you don't have to answer that, I
Okay.
just want to point that out. It creates a kind of a weird situation for you
Yeah,
potentially.
it was a standalone application, and now there's a series of them that all tie together, and I am working for a neighbor, and I prefer to sit off it. So you can take me off that one too, if you want.
Okay, so Val's gonna sit off that one. All the controversial ones, Val.
I noticed.
Just out of here. Okay, so, and Joe is listening in, so it will be, let's see, do we have Ethan here?
Yeah, we're doing the solar on Miles Court, or did we? skip
Oh, yeah,
that?
I'm sorry, yeah, we jumped ahead. 3 Miles Court, Solar Roof. Do we have Georgie here?
I don't see him. Let me just double check.
So we have a little time to work with him.
Yes.
We can come back.
Okay. Now we're gonna go to 117 Orange.
And Mr. Chair, just so you know, Joe Paul is not listed on the attendees, so you probably can mull it in.
I'm here actually.
Oh, you are here now. Okay, look at that.
Joe, do you want, you are an alternate, do you feel up to sitting in on this group, or do you want to hold off?
I just sat down, so I'm not quite sure what group you're on.
We're looking at 117 Orange Street, and Val is recused on subsequent applications that are related, so she has removed herself from 117 Orange Move Off.
Yeah, I can sit on it.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, and do we have the applicant's agent?
I don't know where Ethan is. I'm here on the site plan part.
I think he's
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, he is not in the queue.
Okay, so we're gonna hold 117, 10 Polywog, 1 Cherry, 117 Orange, and 1 Cherry Street.
The homeowner is on, but
If the homeowner's gonna represent the entirety of the application, we'll open them, otherwise we're gonna hold them until Ethan's present.
right, that would be as a
The authorization.
Truman. It's,
Hi there. I'm on the call, but I can't hear anything coming from you guys. It was working before, then it got shut off.
Okay, well, our, the audio is being broadcast far and wide. It's being picked up in galaxies that we don't even know exist. So I don't,
Really too bad. I
Yeah,
tried
you
logging
are
out
in.
and back in. That didn't fix it either.
yeah, it would be at your end. Can you hear us?
It was working before. I think somebody switched the audio off by mistake
Can
on
you
your end
just,
for the
I'm
Zoom
not
meeting.
gonna, we don't have time for, like, if you can get a hold of him and let him know to call back in, if he is gonna actually represent the applications to the full extent required for us to review them this afternoon, because his agent isn't here, just in the interest of everyone's time. Thanks, Rich, appreciate it. Okay. So let's see where that goes in a few moments. Let's see, 6 South Pasture Edition. We're probably gonna run into a couple of problems here with the queue because people may not be settled in yet, thinking that those are gonna take some time, but let's see what happens. Is Joe Topham here? All right, so that's a hold. What about Sunwind?
My service is working fine, but I can't hear the meeting.
Yeah, this interruption of the minutes meeting has to stop. Okay. Tim is here with Sunwind. Yes.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Tim, good
Good evening.
afternoon. Are you steering or are we at this end?
You guys are steering.
Okay, so kindly direct staff to, through your presentation, okay?
Good evening, everybody. It's Tim Holmes with Sunwind, here to represent
Meeting lagged
Jason
out on
Job,
me.
the
I
owner of
can't-
26 Daffodil. We are looking to put a solar canopy / parking structure tucked up in the back corner of the driveway. It is about 13 feet off the ground roughly, and it will be all black with black panels, black frame to blend in.
Okay. And let's see, does anyone have questions for Tim before we begin? Okay. Tim, I have a question. I mean, I saw the tear sheet for this canopy and I see the photo. Are the panels actually white?
No, I think that's just in the rendering. It's sort of just the reflection of the sky. They're going to be all black panels, black on the face of the glass and a black frame. So everything will be black.
Okay, that's just a kind of a fundamental difference. Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, so
thank you.
it is the regular board who'd like to begin.
Well,
Val?
Tim, is there a couple of things? One, can you push it back out of sight on the lot? That would be more acceptable because our precedent that we approved on Fairgrounds Road, I think, speaks volumes to what these look like.
Well, thank you, Val. This is a much more beautiful structure than that.
Interrupt. Go, she asked a question. Go ahead, Tim.
And yeah, we can probably push it back another 10 or 12 feet. There is a tree line there at the end of the driveway. And the property line, I guess, is another 10 feet back from the end of the driveway. So we could probably move it back a little bit. We were trying to align it to where, let's say, rain or snow wouldn't fall off the solar canopy and sort of land mid-vehicle. So that's why we had located it where it is. But I believe there's room to push it towards the north, probably 12 to 15 feet, so that it's, hidden up in there a little bit more.
Yeah, and it would be good to have a site plan that shows kind of exactly where it's going, so thank you.
Okay. Any who'd like to go? Concerns with respect to
I'll go.
appropriateness? Thank you, Ray.
So, putting aside the solar aspect of this, this is a structure that we would literally, hopefully, never, ever approve. A single stanchion in the middle of a big, relatively flat panel. That's one thing. The second thing is, Tim is correct that even though the panels are black, the fact that they're reflective and essentially reflecting the sky is going to mean that they're not going to look black. They're going to look the color that we see here, which is essentially the color of the sky. So, there's like almost nothing about this that I find approvable. And the precedent over on Surfside Road for this type of structure had, if memory serves me, it was like much further off of the road than this is. B, the panels were angled away from the road, not towards the road. And C, we had these like wooden enclosed like things at the ends of the panels to make it look kind of like more like a typical, Nantucket sort of timber frame type structure. So those are my concerns and comments. Thank you.
I don't think the
Thanks,
wood
Ray.
is on them.
Val, did you want to go again?
I'm just responding to Ray that I don't believe there's any wood involved with those things.
What? What?
I don't believe that the fairgrounds installation has been signed off because it's not complete. But it does have lattice and wood sides that were spec'd as part of the approval. Abby?
Yeah, no, I can't imagine this. I mean, if you really, really want this, well, then I guess it's part of a, what do you call it, a parking something? Yeah, I mean, it's right in the public view. If you really want this, as Val said, why not put it back in your backyard? But then I think it's supposed to be somehow like a carport or something. But no, I can't see this without any screening.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
Thank you. Everybody has expressed my concerns. Visibility, the design of it, not meeting the guidelines, all of it. Thank you.
Thanks. Tim, it sounds like a site plan was in order, but this is going to be not something that's going to be approvable as submitted in terms of the location. Do you want to get a motion to hold for additional information, and we'll, including the site plan, and you can consider with your client the relocation aspects?
Yeah, that would be great. Yeah, thanks. If we can just hold for revisions.
Okay, great.
I'll make that motion.
So revisions and more information.
Yes, that's my
Okay,
motion.
thanks. Abby? On the
Aye.
motion? Angus?
Hi.
Ray? Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, great.
Mr. Chair,
Yep.
I was just informed that Isaiah is going to represent all the applications because they can't get a hold of Ethan. He has
Okay.
bad service.
Okay, so we've got, let's see,
Thank you.
back, or we're gonna go next to 117 Orange Street move off. The board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Recused, Oliver. Isaiah?
Hey, thanks for having me.
Okay, if you could walk us through the move off. I just want to set this up. We had, well, we're going to kind of open these up together because they're related to one another, so at least with respect to discussion. But if you want to lead in with the move off, that'd be great, thanks.
The move off of 117 Orange.
Correct.
So we're going to reuse that, or at least that's our goal, is to reuse that and restore the building to its original historic state according to the Sanborn maps, which are included. We also have two neighbors that are interested in that building as well. So unfortunately, we're kind of forced to design for parking. So in order to do the One Cherry project, we are going to just make a little more space and reuse that structure.
Okay. Let's see. Any questions at this point for Isaiah?
We're gonna hear from Holly on this.
Yeah, I'm going to get there in just a minute.
Okay.
Any questions for Isaiah? Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a circa 1853 bay with additions over the years indicated on the Sanborn map. So we're talking about some of these additions being around 100 years old almost. And it was our former John McLaughlin's home at one particular time. And this is what I see approximately a 397 square foot structure for the move off. And I do notate, if you look on the photo, there's kind of an elephant in the room, the connector piece in between the main block of the historic structure and the L added in 1930s, which actually is shown on the Sanborn maps, at least in the 1923 Sanborn, is actually to be demolished. So that was one thing I wanted to bring up to the commission's attention. So the application, the site plan and elevations just show that end portion to be moved off. I think that it needs to be discussed. Not only is the application should be discussed in conjunction with the proposed hardscape plan and the new building at One Cherry, there should be discussion of why the connector addition is not being kept, and two, the application should reflect what is being proposed. Should the commission be so inclined to approve the move off, there should be no demo. So I would recommend either that connector piece is retained in situ or it is moved off with the proposed move off. It's an almost 100-year-old addition onto a 175-year-old dwelling within the old historic district. The proposed eliminates a historic streetscape and the built environment that is not appropriate. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey's group, are they here? Mickey?
Yes, I'm here. So this is Mickey Rowland. I'm representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, and Marcia Fader. And, you know, Holly said pretty much everything we were going to say. It's 100 years old. It's part of the historic fabric of the neighborhood. Replacing it with a parking lot will change the character of the streetscape and just doesn't feel appropriate. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who would like to begin?
I'm happy to start.
Angus?
I just agree with what Mickey and Holly have said, everything. Thank you.
Thanks. Abby?
Yeah, if I were to say what they just said, I'd like to just say it a little stronger. So just imagine that. What they said, just a little more pep in it.
That was really well done, Abby. Let's see, Ray?
Yeah, well, same, you know, it's a bit of a tragedy that an old building that, you know, has been a very prominent presence on that part of Orange Street for a long time, would be eliminated in favor of parking. Thank you.
Okay, Joe?
I agree with what's been said regarding the connector piece. Excuse me. The element that's clouded, that move off. I don't have an issue with the move off of that one element, but I think the connector piece, there's evidence of that having been there for quite a while. And I agree with the comments relative to the streetscape, and perhaps something could be worked out with the parking situation that wouldn't force this. Well, it's not necessarily going to force it, but I think there's two ways to approach this. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. My thoughts are, I agree with Holly's comments, Ray's comments, and Abby's pep comment. And I note the application indicates partial move off of newer addition, but the newer addition is literally almost 100 years old. So it's kind of a And the concept that this would be removed to me, period, given the, as Ray had stated, to paraphrase, the presence of the structures on that at that location for all these years, and the fact that so many people view them, I mean, it really establishes the character and setting, I think, as a framework. It is one of the anchor points of a framework of Nantucket in many ways. So it's not on a side street, it's on a main street, and it's a charming structure as it sits. You are, I'm sorry, the abutter. Would you like to speak?
I can now, or I can wait until.
I think we're, okay, well, why don't we hold it until you're ready to go? And what do we want to do here, folks? I'm not sensing a support for a move off, unless I've misread the room.
Well, I'd make a motion to deny.
So a motion to deny will.
I'm going to second that.
Okay, a motion, go ahead, Ray.
Well, like only that I think it would be courteous for this board to allow the applicant to investigate some other possibilities that might be more palatable rather than an outright denial at this particular time. That's all.
Okay. Abby, just on the topic of a motion to deny, to round that out, we would need to state a reason for the denial. I presume it is that the status of the structure is a contributing structure, including its age, its notoriety with respect to local character, figure.
I was going to also add, that this part of Orange Street is also residential. I know further down, there's the Marine Home Center with lots of, so I think putting parking here would seem really out of place and back to the streetscape, so, number one, it's a historic building. Number two, the streetscape, and number three, somehow.
The residential presentation of the area versus, I mean, because it is a business, but it's a residential presentation versus parking.
Right, right. Those are at least three in there.
Okay, so motion's been made, seconded for discussion. Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
This is a denial, right?
Yeah.
I'm against.
Joe?
No.
Okay, and I'm a yes. So that will need to be written up, which we can do over the course of, this evening. 10 Pollywog Pond Road. Isaiah, do you want to, well, I mean, that was a denial, so I think that this would be a withdrawal without prejudice at this point.
Are you asking me?
I'm suggesting to you, given the fact that we can't really act on a move on of a building that hasn't been authorized to be moved off.
Well, I would just say that I'm not Ethan. Ethan's the professional in this regard. I think he's disputing what you all are saying, that the building sits on cinder blocks. It's not 100 years old. It was our goal to use it as staff housing. I guess there's a lot of other factors, but yeah, I'm not sure if the information is correct. It's unfortunate he's unavailable today because I'm not the expert here. But
Okay.
yeah, I personally would rather table it than withdraw. I think we'll probably need to revisit and have him represent the project in the future.
Isaiah, I mean, just procedurally, the motion to move off has been denied. So there's, you have, you can seek relief on that, but it isn't through this commission. And then the 10 Pollywog Pond Road is the matter before us now. And we can hold it if you're not comfortable with a withdrawal, but at this point, informing you that because of the denial, there's nothing to move. So ordinarily, this would be a withdrawal, and I would presume without prejudice. But we'll let you, why don't we, what do we want to do with this one? Why don't we hold this one pending resolution of a few more of these, and then we can make a motion maybe on the group. Let's skip to 117 Orange Street, the hardscape. This is a hardscape that anticipates the move off of the structure, so this is in the same position as 10 Pollywog Pond Road move on. That is to say, because of the denial, there's the portions of the hardscape are not applicable, so we would ordinarily see a withdrawal of that. That leaves the 1 Cherry Street new building and the 1 Cherry Street hardscaping. Both of those are in part relate to this structure that was denied on the move off, and the hardscape for 117 Orange, which we can't really open up because the move off was denied and they're interrelated. So I think that where we are is that this group would be held pending a determination of their disposition by the applicant.
Mr. Chair, just for the record, Rich Craddock is here, and he's representing the 117 Orange Street hardscape. Okay.
Yeah, I've been eyeing them up here.
Perfect.
I've been, looking to him to see. Rich, do you want to comment?
No, I agree with what you said. Like,
Okay.
with the denial, everything has to kind of be reworked,
Yeah.
right? So parking hardscape obviously was hinging on that approval for move off. So I would say that we would either withdraw and then we'll come back.
Well, I think what we'll do for now, just given Isaiah's lack of experience working in front of the commission and uncertainty, which, I understand and respect, that these applications will be held pending a determination of the applicant as to their disposition.
Okay.
And then that way we can move forward and you guys can get together and figure out what you want to do.
Sure.
Okay?
So,
Kathy?
Mr. Chair, if you could come by the office and sign an extension form for those applications, that would be great.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, that's good. Do we have a motion to hold these applications pending a resolution of the disposition by the applicant?
So moved.
It'll be the same board, so Abby on your motion,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Joe,
Bye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thanks, Rich. All right, that moves us on to, we're back to having jumped ahead to 6 South Pasture. Now we're back to it. Is Joe around?
Mr. Chair, he is not in the queue.
Okay, so we're going to hold that because that, again, that group went a little quicker than people may anticipate at home. 26A Daffodil, we addressed. 16 William Street Solar Rooftop. Do we have Tobias here? Oh, there he is, right there.
Oh,
I'm here, Chair.
Tobias.
I have to
Fresh
crane
from
my
the
neck.
Swan Farm.
Do you want to walk us through that, please?
Yeah, I'll start off. So this is, there's 6 buildings going in here. You've already approved solar, I believe, on number 18, which is the furthest, the old Clifford Williams building there, in between Williams and Cherry. You approved that maybe 2 months ago. That's the building that's already constructed. And then we're proposing solar on the other 2 buildings. We've kept the solar on these are new structures. There used to be like a 1-story, ranch-style home there that was torn down. And then the lot was kind of divided into, from 2 lots into 3 lots. So we're looking at doing solar. It's a black roof. We've kept it all on the ancillary elements of the building, and we made the decision early on in the design process to put it all on the larger buildings on each site, because there's a smaller cottage. And the idea was to screen the buildings from the street on Cherry Street. So there's a kind of a smaller cottage in each one. I did see Holly's notes about some screening. You know, there's definitely been some previous approvals of landscaping plans, but I could come back and show that in more detail, having seen those comments from Holly. And, you know.
Okay. Thank you, Tobias. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I notate that these are infill structures, black roof, which is great. I did want to mention that the COA does need to indicate that it's a black roof. That was not on either of these applications. But we do notate that the COA for the structure was. Thank you for that, Tobias, and reading my comments. Appreciate that. The photos included in the application are not subject building. Understand that the entire site is under construction, but I do think visibility is important. Review the solar. The property is flanked by 2 public ways, with the front on William Street and the rear on Cherry Street. And while the solar is proposed on the south and east elevations, rightfully so, which is the rear and side, that's facing Cherry Street. Per the streetscape submitted with the COA applications for the new development, there will be visibility straight on the south elevation on the rear 1-story bump out. Since the secondary dwelling facing Cherry Street will not block the visibility of the solar, unlike the next application, there should be that hardscape landscape plan to show how it will be screened from the street. And those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Holly. Mickey, you guys got anything?
Yeah, I mean, this is the old historic district, and these panels will be very visible. Granted, they're on the backs and side of the house, but they're still going to be very visible from the road. I guess what I might suggest is that you wait until the buildings are framed, and then they can mock up where the panels are going and get a much clearer idea of how visible these are going to be. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And did anyone have any questions for Tobias? Okay, it's the regular board who'd like to go.
I'm happy to start.
Ray's on it.
Got it.
I like Mickey's suggestion. Particularly given this one that is from Cherry Street, you've got the parking area to the back, and you're looking right across at a hipped roof, and my guess is without any kind of vegetative screening there, that's going to be like seriously visible. So I'd just like to take it another step. You know, maybe the applicant wants to show some screening, but I think the idea of having it framed up and reviewing it then would be much more realistic than thinking it up in the abstract.
Thanks, Ray. Angus?
Ray beat me to it. I think a mock-up would give us the best opportunity to see if this is appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks. Let's see, Abby?
Nothing to add.
All right. Val?
If you could get William Street and Cherry Street switched as one-ways, you'd be in a much better position.
Easy, no problem.
Yeah.
Well, Pleasant is off the docket, so maybe you could. Go ahead, Val.
And I agree with what everyone said. I have more concern with coming up Williams in that view than the going down Cherry, because I think you can screen that one, the one on the east, I'm not so sure, so it's a good idea.
Thanks, Bill. So Tobias, my notes were to supplement with landscape vegetative screening, you know, probably like horn beams, something columnar from the south. My primary concerns are the south view for this and the other application. I was going to suggest, and I will suggest, that you go ahead and get that in as a revision and sign the extension and let this sit idly like the elf on the shelf.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Can I respond to that?
No, not until I'm finished talking, because I got the floor at the moment. I don't know that we need to go to the extent that the secondary smaller structures are in place. But I do think that it would be beneficial to see, the height of the structure and how it presents. To my mind, it actually would be beneficial to the applicant because I think that what's been presented will be approvable, subject to some relatively minor screening at the end of the driveway. Now you can go.
I thank you all for your comments and feedback. I will come back with a landscaping plan. I just wanted to kind of address this idea of doing a mock-up. I've been in front of this board at least 4 times this year, and you've requested me to do mock-ups, and I've done mock-ups, okay? We've done over 200 solar systems on this island. We have a general idea of what solar looks like and how you can see it. I feel, to some regards though, that I'm being held to a different standard than other building structures or building elements. We don't ask folks to build a building and then go, oh, would you like, we'll think about the cupola and the chimney after you've built the building. I feel like I'm being held to a different standard there. So I'd like to respectfully come back, hold for revisions. I'll come back with the landscaping, I'll sign the extension, take a look at it. But asking, just the permitting process to be dragged on longer just because you want me to have a different standard, I don't think is very reasonable.
Okay. Abby wants to comment.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, these buildings are not built yet, correct?
Nope.
So we don't really have a visual. I would, first thing I would want to do with a project like this with 2 streets on either side is go and have a really good view. So that's why I'm a little bit stuck.
Anyone else?
Well, so Tobias, you could say that you're being held to a different standard, but solar panels are glass elements on a roof that are absolutely not, have no historical precedent.
And neither do asphalt shingles.
Hold on.
Asphalt shingles have been around since the HDC was formed, but windows, doors, shingles, trim, all that stuff is all stuff that has historical precedent. Solar panels don't, and so particularly in the OHD, where visibility, as you well know, is a paramount concern. So I would prefer not to think that you're being held to a different standard, but the fact is you're presenting us with a product that's somewhat different than Ethan is presenting us with when he comes in with a house design, that has windows and doors and roof, and all that. So that's my response to that. But I'm fine with looking at a landscape plan, having said all that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I just want to add on the standard. I think it's been touched on, but the finer points are that I believe all of us look at the solar installations. We do understand what these new shapes, well, I'll get to the shapes and the rest of it in a moment, but we do look at them on site to determine the effect of their presence. So I don't think it's fair to, and I think it's unfortunate that you feel like you're being singled out on this, because I don't believe that's the case, Tobias. That's with respect to wanting to see these on a building. With respect to the architectural reference, I just want to be really clear that that's not just that they didn't exist. It's that there is no architectural element on Nantucket other than large masses like a roof plane that are as large as an element as these units when they're put together. And in addition to that, the other side of that coin is that these elements are not small combinations of smaller shingles. They're large in and of themselves. So I just want to be clear, to my mind, when we talk about historical reference, it's not just that it didn't exist. Like, shingles existed, and now, as you mentioned, asphalt came along later, but the shape existed. It's something we're all familiar with. It's been part of the historic Nantucket fabric in terms of visibility. These are not, and that's always been a point of contention, I think. So I would encourage you to, as you've agreed to, go ahead, do the landscape plan, bring in, sign the extension, and, we can take another look at it.
Yeah.
I don't know that it's going to make a difference until we see the structure. And can we get a motion to hold for additional information and sign of the extension?
So moved.
Let's see, Ray, on your motion.
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so now we're going to go to 16 and a half. Did I get
We
that
could
right?
hold, I'm assuming we can hold the same,
Probably.
Well, that building's built.
No, it's not.
no, it's not.
What? I thought that was on the historic structure.
The historic
8
structure is
is
3
built.
feet, 3 stories tall. You won't see the panels.
Yeah, you might see an obtuse angle of them, but you've already approved it on
Right.
building 18.
Oh, that's the one I was talking
Yeah,
about. Okay, so we'll hold the other
Yeah,
one.
just hold the other one.
16 and 16 and a half, same motion.
Makes it easy for me.
So moved.
On the motion, Ray, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Joe Topham is in the queue.
Okay, Joe Topham, we will go back to 6 South Pasture. All right. Joe, you with us?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you're ready, go ahead and introduce your application.
Thank you. So my client likes to collect historic cars, classic cars, and he's just getting quite a lovely collection of them. But the other part of this is he's hoping to add a couple, rooms and bedrooms, etc., for his family and friends. So when they come and stay with him, so this is I don't know if you guys know, behind Linda Williams' house. It's about 250 feet off the road. It's kind of canted. You won't be able to see it from anywhere, but that's pretty much simple, the project. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Does anyone have any questions for Joe? Okay, now this was, Ray, you had held this. Do you want to comment?
Yeah, it was me. Huh. It's funny, I don't remember this at all, honestly. I seriously don't remember reviewing this. I'd like to go back and check, because, I don't see why I would have objected to this at all.
Okay. Do you have any concerns with it now?
Nope.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with what's proposed?
I do.
Val, and then Abby.
My concern is that it's 60 feet ridge to side, which is an atypical situation, and the addition is, I believe, bigger than the existing house, which is already big. Having said that, with 0 visibility assured,
Yeah.
then I would be able to vote in favor, but it is really odd.
Okay, Abby?
Yeah, the proposed west side, I just, going, that long line of ridge line, I mean, it's a very large mass, and we usually talk about additive massing. If those wings on either side could be dropped a couple of feet, it would be a little more appetizing. But as drawn, it just looks, it almost looks commercial. So I took pause to it when I looked at it.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
As has been mentioned, there are characteristics that are atypical. But I guess I would be leaning deeper into the lack of visibility of it for an approval. But it would be appreciated to be broken up more, more additive massing. The 2 gables that are on the screen now are are really competing. Thank you.
Thank you. Ray?
I do have a question for Joe, I guess.
Go
I'm
ahead.
looking at the site plan, and it appears from the locust plan that there is a road that goes around the back. It's not labeled, but it looks like it's away for a while, and then it turns into, it serves some houses back there. Is that a road or a driveway or what?
It is a driveway that leads to my other client's property. So he has one
It's
connector.
a driveway.
It's his driveway to this, because the older structure has underground parking for his classic cars. And the other thing I would say, why I have your attention, I would have the pool regulations to, as far as screening into perpetuity, et cetera, as far as, screening this structure as well. That makes sense. Relevant.
Abby?
I think, I'm just saying that I'm just thinking that in perpetuity, it's like this, it's very cool that this guy is collecting antique cars, but how long, we don't know how long he will be there. So it would be nice to just have a bit of additive massing just in case, the vegetation doesn't soften this.
Okay, thank you, Abby. My thoughts are, given its location, atypical, borderline inappropriate given the massing, but given its location relative to the street and which is some distance away, quite a distance away, and also vegetative screening, I think that this is certainly approvable, subject to motion not visible, the structure, perhaps the roofs, but the structure otherwise will not be visible at time of inspection or thereafter. Do we want to do a motion? Does somebody want to act on that?
Okay, I'm gonna try this out, but I'm not sure that the numbers will work. So my motion would be simply to approve this as submitted with the proviso that the building other than its second floor will not be visible from a publicly traveled way, et cetera, at time of inspection or thereafter. That's my motion.
I'm in a second for discussion.
Yeah.
Ray, just would you, based on the applicant's agent's comments, it seems like if it were just the roof masses versus the second floor, it might be more palatable and.
You mean modified to say roof masses?
Yeah, as opposed to second.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So that was my comment on second. So we got a motion. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
I'm sorry, Angus?
Aye.
Aye, okay. Abby?
I'm a nay.
Abby's a no for the record, and I'm a yes. Okay. All
Thank
right,
you, everyone.
Joe. All right. The distance from the road wins it. Okay, we are going to move on to 3 Evergreen Way. And Tobias, I apologize, I actually would have just dispensed with that one then if we.
No worries, I was just a little confused.
Yeah, no, me too.
No worries.
It's been a long day, thank you.
Not yet.
Okay, so thanks for sticking with us, and why don't you go ahead and walk us through this one?
Great, this is just a modular structure. It's all black roof, it's built, it's off of Evergreen. This is for Hank Butler. They also own that lovely historic building right at the old monument, W.B. Madison. And he's looking to put solar on the side of his house. And he's also happy to add in, he plans on planting some Leland cypress, but, add in additionally to that screening to that side yard to limit the visibility.
Okay, thank you. Who'd like to go first?
I will.
Dale?
I appreciate that it's a flat roof, side to side. It's too bad the panels have to go two different directions inevitably. And I would want some more screening, but it is the side of the building, even though it faces the street. So if some of it can be screened, that'd be great.
Okay, thanks, Val. Let's see, who's next? Abby?
I think given its proximity to the airport and so forth, that this application, as Val said, with a little more vegetation to just soften some of that, I think I'd be okay with this.
Okay, thanks. Angus?
Nothing to add?
I'm sorry?
Oh, nothing to add.
Nothing to add, okay.
Just screening and, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Ray?
I'm gonna go with the group on this one.
Okay, yeah, and Tobias, this is the second, there's two structures in the lot, this is the secondary.
This is the
structure,
secondary
it's
structure.
Closer to the road, side facing. And we're gonna look at some type of supplemental screening or,
Yeah, you know, if you wanna, you know,
well, I mean,
I'd rather not come back,
Yeah.
but I'd be at the mercy of the
well,
chair.
I might suggest to the commissioners to consider that although it's seasonal screening, just plunking cypress in there, I think is gonna be a foreign element. And we can approve it as not visible, or the existing vegetation shall be maintained or replaced, and replacements would be evergreen, if you guys are agreeable to that concept.
I think in this area, I would never, ever say that, repeat this again, but I think in this area, Leyland cypress might be the tree for this project.
Okay. Well, the only concern I have, which is not to convince anyone, but would be tearing down mature.
Nobody wants to tear anything down.
No,
Leaving
no,
the trees.
this would be in addition to
Okay.
the deciduous trees.
And you have room in there for?
Yeah, there's like, you know, that's really like this, you know, my client would like to, you know, he located the building closest to the road, so he could kind of use like the north side, you know, for his, you know, kids to play in and whatnot, so he's happy to put in any sort of screening along that south side.
Okay, no parking, no septic.
Nope, you can see the septic's to the side, the parking's in the front of the building.
Perfect. So it sounds like we need a motion to supplement the existing screening with Leyland cypress.
It is called Evergreen Way.
Yes.
There you go.
There you go, Abby.
That's very good.
Do you want to do an exhibit A?
I believe Val is gonna make an exhibit A showing the locations of some supplemental screening.
Yeah, just a couple, because they'll
Yeah,
get,
yeah.
okay,
A handful.
yeah.
Thanks,
Okay.
thanks, Val.
My motion will be to do an Exhibit A, approve through an Exhibit A, supplementing the screening that's existing with some evergreens.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
All right.
Angus,
Bye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
I can see the next developers wanting to name their places Evergreen Path or Evergreen
Yeah.
Place.
Oh, what have we done?
All right, 8 Sconset Ave, Ed staircase.
Good evening.
Hello.
Good evening, it's Tori, I'm here.
Hi, Tori, good evening. Okay, let's see, so this application did have staff comments and a report and recommendations. And did we have, I didn't remember seeing anything from Sconset though. No?
Yeah, I didn't hear anything from Rob Benchley.
Okay, I just wanted to double check if I missed it. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? Okay. Joe, let's see, Tori, why don't you present, and then Joe, you had this one, if you want to comment, even though you're not.
Okay, great.
Okay, great.
Okay, we have a previously approved property here. It's an existing house that we did minor renovations to, a previously approved small plunge pool, and a previously approved garage. We're before you tonight asking for some exterior stairs to the previously approved garage. Pretty self-explanatory. I do have the trim noted as to match existing. If you would prefer natural, we're more than happy to do that. And I did read Holly's comments, more than happy to have the caveat of vegetation in perpetuity or whatever you may deem necessary as far as vegetation and screening.
Okay, thank you, Tori.
Yep.
Who would like to begin? Regular board? Oh, Joe, I'm sorry, you wanted, you were on that. Do you want to please comment?
Yeah, I think that I did not put this on consent because I thought an abutter sent a note suggesting that this ought to come off the back. And so I just assumed then at that point that it might be discussed here at the meeting, but I'd have to look through my emails to make sure. You don't want me to make any comments on it though, other than my recollection of that, right?
I think given we have a sitting board here, or we have the full board present, no. But if this, just to have stated, if this were a more involved application and you would be, there's a chance that you'd be sitting, then I would invite comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Who'd like to begin? I have a question for Tori. Tori, if you look at the left south, which is shown on sheet 5 of 6, upper left corner, the this is, something is off. That door is very, very short, and as a result, well, the deck is high relative to the door. So the drawing, there's an error in the drawing, and I just want to understand what it is, because I presume this was overlaid.
Yes, I believe the overlay of the stairs was done by not the original designer. So it could easily have been a drafting situation.
So
What would you propose we do to correct that?
I think it could be addressed in you know, presuming that this is acceptable as presented or with modifications, it can be addressed in a motion. I just wanted to.
Okay, great. Yep, I agree with you.
Okay, who'd like to begin?
Well, Stephen, that means I'll start.
Oh, thank you, Ray.
Yeah, just so you know. In a way, it's a good observation, and it's definitely true, because if you compare it to the size of the door that's fully exposed down on the first floor on the same elevation, you can see exactly what Stephen's talking about.
Yep.
So the good news on all that is once the drawings are corrected, it's going to mean that you're probably going to drop 2 risers out of this whole length of stair. The whole thing's going to get lower. I didn't really have major objections to it anyway, but that's going to, you know, make it even more palatable for me. So I'm good, provided the drawings are changed. Thank you.
Thanks. Angus?
Yeah, I think with this just not typically being an element, an exterior stair, this is probably one of the better locations for it in the back corner of the lot. But I would much rather see the stair start lower or further back and go up the backside so that you'd have, like, you know, 6 risers or whatever, and then it would turn and disappear. And maybe it could just be some landscaping that's in front of it, but it's just that the stair is right, you know, goes right up to the front of this, and I think would be visible. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Let's see, Val.
Oops. Aside from correcting the plans, I think if you look at the placement on the site, you see that it's probably going to be mitigated by the house. It's too bad we didn't have any photos of the house, because I think it's there, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And the garage.
And this little history on this, I used to live in the house that this got rid of.
Oh, really?
Back in the 90s, yeah.
Historic house.
It was called There She Blows.
Yeah. I
Me
can
and
see
Patty
that.
Santos, yep.
It's actually the original house, Val. We didn't get rid of it.
Oh, good.
They renoed it, so you can
Yeah.
have some fond memories when you go back. Center Street Loves. Abby?
I was going to say, I think there are too many risers on this, so I think it will come down if you go to 13. I think it looks
Yeah.
like they're 14 or 15. But I'm okay with it, maybe some little bit of screening, vegetation, but I would much rather see the stairs from the street, well, I shouldn't say that, but more than I'd want to see the back of this. So I think it's on the right spot, just maybe something to soften all of those stairs from the street would be good.
Thanks, Abby. I'm okay with the location, given it's, it's a set of stairs. They're, quite a distance from the street. The house is much more attractive than the stairs. That's going to be the focal point. Driveway, cars, plant material around the property. And I agree with Abby that the stair treads are more, I wouldn't say attractive, but they're preferable to seeing the deck up on posts as you drive by. So does someone want to work up, maybe do a motion for an Exhibit A to lower the deck approximately to what will
I can do
it will
that.
be? Okay, so is that your motion, Ray?
Yeah.
On your motion?
Aye.
Vale?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You got this little tiny Exhibit A stamp.
Yeah, I think I gotta rep this.
Okay. So
33 Cliff Road.
33 Cliff. Yeah. And 33 Cliff, new guest house.
You want to pass those down? Yeah.
When you're ready.
Me?
Yep.
I'm sure you guys are familiar with this piece of property. The Horchows used to own this. I forget who the designer was, but the sort of layout of the property was the house, essentially where the new house sits, which was already approved, and it was flanked on either side by a garage on one side and a guest house on the other side. So we're sort of keeping with that theme. The curb cut is centered on the front door, that's existing. And then to the left is a garage, and to the right is the guest house, and we've attached a little pool pavilion onto the side of that. So which one are you guys reviewing right now, by the way? The garage or the guest house?
The new guest house.
Okay, so what you're gonna find is that the garage and the guest house essentially are the same type of form. The guest house just has this appended piece. Oh, hi there. Anyway, so that's essentially it. When you see the garage, you will immediately notice that it's the main gable form of the guest house, just on the other side of the drive. Okay, there it is.
I think we got it.
Okay.
Thank you. Mickey, does your group have anything?
Yeah, just quick comment. It's really about both of the buildings. They're nice looking buildings, but they're a little tall as far as we're concerned. They're over 24 feet tall. And this kind of starts with the garage, which you're not looking at, but there's some sort of extra space over the garage doors. And if the garage were to come down to eliminate some of that space, I would think the twin on the other side of the driveway would do the same. So we're just suggesting the buildings come down a little bit lower. Thanks.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Does anyone have any questions? You might have already asked that.
I just
Abby, you
want
wanna
to
go?
get this. Yeah, so I think I know this project's come before us a couple of times, correct?
Just once, the house is a big gambrel.
I mean, not with you, but with another.
I don't
No,
think so.
no?
No, it was an old Horchow property,
Oh, okay,
and there's a new gambrel being built in the back.
okay. All right, okay, so I'm thinking of another one on Cliff. But Yeah, if there is, but there are going to be two of these, is that correct?
That's right. Right now, there are two buildings that are non-symmetrical, or there were, I should say, that flank the driveway, and we're doing the same thing. Right now, these are perfectly symmetrical masses that face into the driveway.
Okay,
They don't have to be, I suppose, but that was the intent.
Well, yeah, I think it would be nice to keep them in scale, so that they don't compete with the main house, of course, but also so that they relate to one another. Be nice to see these together. But so on the front door of the east elevation, to the left, you have a gable going. If that could be dropped a little bit, I think that might,
Off the
bring-
main gable.
yeah,
essentially.
off the main gable, just drop that a couple of feet. We asked for that anyway, so it's not but otherwise, I think it's appropriate.
Thank you. So your board is myself, Abby, Angus, Dale, and Connie.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see, Dale.
I like Abby's suggestion. And Lisa, I have a question. Does the main house, and I can't remember, have tie-in with this, with the shutters and all that?
Yes.
I know
the
it's a
main house has
gambrel,
shutters,
but,
and we use the same window sizes.
okay.
I mean, the main house has other windows that are much larger, but we tried to use a window type that's on the main house for the scale of this building.
Yeah. No, I think it's okay. 24 feet is okay. And especially if you drop that secondary gable, so I'm okay with this.
Okay, thank you, Connie.
Me too.
Angus?
I agree with what's been said. The thing that sticks out to me is that there are two gables that are framing the driveway looking at a gambrel, and then there's a hip roof to the side of the gable. And I'm just wondering if that could be simplified or go one direction or another, but it just seems like a lot going on. And my only other comment is, I'm borrowing from Holly, is about the windows not being simulated divided light unless they're the Nantucket profile.
Okay, thanks, Angus.
I just wanted to point out, the reason for the hip, one of the reasons is because the main house has a single-story hip mass on that side elevation. So it seemed like the hip, if you go to the site plan, you can see the other roof line, that is a hip, right there on the right side of the building. So we felt like the single-story mass is on the gambrel or hip, and it made sense to include that on this building.
Okay,
Just to respond to that through the chair, is I'm not sure how visible that is from the street, but I don't have anything against the hip facing the pool. It's the hip facing the Cliff Road. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. I'm not thrilled with the height, but given its location, I think it's acceptable, subject to the secondary gable coming down somewhat and the top plated eave. What do we want to do? Does somebody feel like, a motion with an exhibit A?
Am I on? Yes. I'll make a motion to approve with the secondary gable coming down, I don't know, 2 feet? A foot and a half?
A
Off
foot and
the,
a half, I like more than 2 feet. Are we negotiating?
Yeah, I
yes,
think
because,
A foot?
short declarative statements where the
yeah,
regulatory authority.
okay, foot and a half.
Okay, so, and that, you're saying I'll second that for discussion, for
Sure,
purposes of
go ahead.
clarification.
Yeah.
You're saying the roof mass, the whole thing will come down, so the top plate, the ridge,
The secondary mass coming off the main gable.
right, the roof planes are gonna be lowered. So the top plate's lowered, the ridge is lowered.
Whoops, I went onto the garage, sorry, let me go back. Sorry.
Oh,
Can I ask Lisa a question while she's?
Well, no, I wanna
Okay.
get clear on what we're talking about, sorry,
One
Bill.
second, I'm talking about this gable, right?
Yeah,
Right.
basically, you're talking about moving that Whole thing down.
foot and a
Yeah.
half.
Right,
Yeah.
Off the
okay, so
main
the
ridge.
top plate
Yeah.
and the ridge will come down?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I just wanted to get clarification so we all understood.
And yeah, and we did confirm that this relates to the main house with the shutters and, yeah, okay.
Val, given that the applicant's agent is agreeable, if we can go to the motion and vote it, I would do that.
Okay, it was, yeah, just to point out something that will mitigate the hip, but go ahead.
Okay,
Do it.
do you want to
The hedges will probably go back, right?
Yes,
so-
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So that's in Exhibit A, Abby,
Yes,
on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so that's Exhibit A. That's the new guest house. Now we're moving on to the garage.
Thank you.
How tall is that? Same height?
No, wait, it says 26 feet.
Is it your
It says 24.
April
24th.
Ah, ha, ha.
I missed it. What was the April?
26-foot tall garage.
Ah,
Okay. Why don't you walk us through this one, Lisa?
So the intent of this one is just from the street to have the gable end match the gable end of the cottage that we just looked at, as well as the dormers and the windows.
Okay. Seems pretty straightforward, just like the structure. We do have comments from Holly, and it's the same board. Who would like to begin?
How about Mickey?
Oh, Mickey, do you guys got anything?
This is, you're looking at the garage doors with the extra space above them, which I was hoping to have lowered, but it's, I think we're beyond that, so we don't really have any other concerns.
Thank you. Val?
I'm actually okay with this.
Okay. Connie?
I'm okay with this too.
Let's see, Angus?
Just to clarify, this eve matches the eve of the guest house we just looked at.
That's right, of the
Okay.
main mass, yeah.
I think it makes sense for those to match. I don't have any
Okay, thank you. Abby?
I'm good.
Yeah, I would be concerned about the height, but I think it aligns with the other structure in a way that's going to be harmonious as you travel down the street. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Let's move on to 63 Halbert. Please. Mark, just-
Thank you.
No, that's fine. Distracted. I know, I'm sorry.
Good evening,
I
Matt.
made Lisa late, for the record. We were chatting out in the hall. She said, I have one coming up. I said, oh, yeah, my fault. My fault she was late.
Okay,
I can, but actually, yeah. You can go, that's fine. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
please.
So this is 63 Halbert Ave, and so we just have some really minor changes. Is a structure you approved probably 9 months ago. And we are looking to basically add, brick piers. We had skirting around the perimeter of the structure. The structure had to be elevated to comply with the floodplain. And we thought that the brick piers would look at a layer of detail. It's something that's historically accurate, so that's one element we're looking to change. Also, the handrail, we wanted to make a slight modification to it. We wanted to add kind of a horizontal rail for the balusters to terminate into, about a 4-inch space, and then an actual handrail on top of that. So it's a very subtle detail. We looked at a number of more ornate options and came to this one, which I think works really well. It just adds a slight layer of detail. And then finally, on the west side of the structure, there's we did have an entrance deck approved there. We wanted to change the configuration. The owners were able to use the house last year prior to the renovation, and the orientation of the stairs is actually coming away from the street. And then we also wanted to add a outdoor shower. I don't think that the deck on the west side, for what it's worth, even if you could see it, I don't think it's an issue. It's very far back from Hulbert, and it's also completely obstructed because of 63A. So with that, look forward to comments from the chair, for the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Let's see, does anyone have any questions for Matt? Obviously, we have Holly's comments and recommendation. Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I have a question for Matt. Is the skirt board that's approved, that's shown on the existing approval, is that painted or is that natural to weather?
Painted.
What color?
White.
Okay. Okay, so Stephen, do you want me to go on with my comments?
Yeah, please.
Sure. So the brick piers are fine, but painting the brick white doesn't feel right. It seems like the brick should be natural. I'd be ideal if the skirt board was natural to weather also. And then also regarding the handrail, the railings, it's a little busy. It seems unnecessary. The traditional simple balustered handrail seems more appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Who'd like to begin regular board?
I could say something.
Okay, why don't you say something?
Okay, because I was thinking about that white on white kind of look. I think the brick, you can do that whitewash thing. People have done that, and it kind of sits nicely, and it's not screaming brick, and it's not screaming white. I don't know how you do it, but it looks really cool if you do it right. So
It's a
that's,
stain.
Yeah.
It's a stain?
And it is proposed
Yeah.
in
That's
your
how they're
drawings.
proposing.
As a stain.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So
Whitewash.
Mickey said
Oh.
white, so I got confused there.
oh, okay, well,
Cool.
I'd take everything back. I'm fine with it.
Okay. Let's see, Ray.
Ditto. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I actually think, if we're gonna do brick veneer in this particular case, given the kind of gray and white tones of the house, that a whitewash brick would be preferable in my mind to natural brick, so thanks. Yep.
Okay, Val.
I think it's too much white.
Okay. Angus?
I had a question about what's in between the piers. I mean, what was approved is vertical boarding, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Painted white.
Is that to stay with just the piers projecting beyond? Proud of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm with Val. It feels like too much white underneath there. It seems like the more natural thing is to have natural brick with a darker color in between to sort of give the idea that there's there's sort of a air and everything sort of underneath the elevated house. That's all.
Thanks, Angus. Matt, I'm concerned about the lack of piers in the other locations. To me, form follows function. I'm looking at a structure that spans, basically the width of the front of the primary, the entryway, and it's supported by piers on each end and nothing in between. So to me, and this may address the too much white, for me, the other concern is the vertical boards, all white, all these nice crisp lined up soldiers and all painted white is going to be too much of a field there. So I'd prefer to see the whitewash brick. I think that'll muddy it up a little bit. I prefer to see at either side of the porch another set of piers, maybe not on the front of the porch. I think it would be too heavy, but at the house itself seems to me to be appropriate. And at the intersection of the house and the front covered porch. And then to my mind, that would serve the added utility of introducing whitewash brick to break up the field left to right of all the vertical board. And then on the side, as you're facing the south elevation, the secondary structure has already been addressed. It has a pier mid-span, so I think that's fine.
Could I make a comment, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Because, so there are piers, obviously, in this structure, and so to your point, coincidentally, everywhere we have a brick pier, there's actually a concrete pier behind it. So it literally, wherever those supporting structural piers exist, we propose to face those with brick. When it comes to that front porch, we did debate that, whether or not you would see brick piers on the porch themselves, but historically, the porches were formed out of wood, and so you wouldn't see them. So I don't know if we like overthought that, but to your point, we would put them against the house where the porch begins and projects off the house, but just kind of put them side and side kind of thing. So we're suggesting.
I think that would be appropriate. I don't think they need to be the full width of the corner piers veneer, because
half.
it would make sense that the porch is also, the back floor beams of the porch are being supported by the same pier, so it would make sense to my eye that that doesn't have to be a full piece. I don't know what other people think, but those are my concerns.
We're happy to make those changes.
What do we want to do, folks?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So are the boards going to stay white?
They're approved as white.
They're approved as white.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty standard for that area, too.
Yeah, it's just a lot.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking if the piers were there, they'd be whitewashed brick. The additional piers would break up the left to right pattern a little bit. And we've
I'm happy
already-
to make a motion.
Go ahead, Angus.
Oh, I was going to offer to make a motion if someone there is willing to do an Exhibit A.
Okay, so Exhibit A with the piers added to the left and right of the porch.
As you described.
Okay, so I'll volunteer for the Exhibit A. Let's see, on your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val.
Yeah, could you?
So basically just a pier here that's not full width, it's half, and a pier here that's not full width, I'm sorry. Here and here of the brick veneer whitewash to break up the left to right white and also create a sense of form that makes sense to the eye in terms of structure.
Okay.
Okay, so Val's and I, Abby?
I'm an aye.
All right, so that carries unanimously. Okay, Matt, your next one is the fenestration and trim change on the guest house.
So while they open the file, Mr. Chair, so basically the same edit to the skirting by adding the brick piers. Obviously, we would match what was approved on the main house. So I think that's the majority of the changes. I'll wait for the structure to come up, but that's primarily, the changes are just so that details match between the three structures.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Well, obviously, we have Holly's comments you've all read. Mickey, do you got anything to add?
Nothing really to add, except that if you look at when the drawing comes up, they're sort of asymmetrically placed on the elevations. It might make more sense to have them symmetrical. Is the drawing coming?
Yep, that's in my notes too. Okay, thanks, Mickey. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, let's see, Ray.
Well, Mickey raises a good point, but, the funny thing for me is, if I was looking at this as an old house, I'd say, oh, well, so there used to be this, the building used to be this big and there were piers, and then when they added on and they added this other thing, in other words, there's sort of like this faux history that would leave people guessing as to why those piers are the way they are. So, yeah, I would approve the same way that we approve the main house, adding the one, is it just one mat on that porch corner there?
Yes, it would be.
Yeah, it would just be that one, on the right-hand side of the north elevation. I'm good with it.
Thanks, Ray. Angus?
Yeah, agree with both. It looks more ordered to be, regular separations between the piers, but I also appreciate the idea of the structure having been something before this. So I go either way. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I'm fine with the proposed.
Okay, and Val?
It's gonna match the main house, I guess, so.
Okay. Ray, did you want to make a motion? It sounded like you were looking to make a minor mod.
Yeah, so, my motion would be to approve this with the addition of one more pier at the corner of the porch. That would be on the north elevation.
As an Exhibit A.
Sure.
And on your motion?
Right.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. That's gonna move us on to 13 North Pasture Garage.
Here, Matt has another
I
one,
got one more.
The Matt McEachern
The
House.
shack,
another 63.
lovingly referred to as
13
the
North
shack.
Pasture. Garage.
So your permission, Mr. Chair, same request. And again, I just point out that the actual pier location is a reflection of the actual structural piers, which I know is not perfect and centered, but we thought it was somehow more authentic. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks, Matt. Let's see. Who'd like to go? Any concerns?
That's a good
Matches the
question.
last two we looked at.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve. So, no, sorry, I have no issues with it.
Oh, yeah, thanks. Let's see. So there are no concerns. Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion. Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Angus?
Nay.
I'm sorry?
Nay, I feel like it's too close to the road there on the front side of the road. North.
Okay, thank you. So for the record, Angus is a no. Ray?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm also a no. So 3-2 carries. Okay, yeah, and thanks, sorry, I was distracted with these couple of exhibits. Now that was 33A Hulbert Ave, Administration Guest House, and now we are on to 13 North Pasture Garage.
I was gonna share if I could. Or,
Okay.
I did. So, just give me 1 second. So while this is loading, this is just an application for a very simple two-car garage, 13 North Pasture.
I thought you were gonna tell us an April Fool's story or something.
No, no.
Okay, go ahead, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Like did.
I'm on guard for April Fools. So, yeah, it's very simple, two-car garage, no second floor program, trim details to match the existing structure. There's existing brush at the front of the property, and so the intent is for it to really kind of get tucked in there. It's really just a space to store vehicles at the end of the season, so. And now I'll share. It says I can't share, while the other participant is sharing, but you guys can open it if you want. I do have the drawings, but.
Okay, well, you've got it up on the screen? We've seen it. If you want to show the folks at home, that'd be wonderful. We had a request for more pictures and imagery and stuff that's relevant. Val?
There's the.
My only request would be, can the doors match the ones that are on the house now?
Sure.
I think it'd be in keeping.
In keeping.
Yeah.
The archy thing?
The arch part, yeah.
The trim around the doors.
Yeah.
Okay, the shape. And Abby?
I could go along with that unless I don't.
You've got us on the edge of our seat.
Man,
You
Let me
are a
think about
cliffhanger,
this.
lady.
Is that too many arches? I don't know. Let's. can
You
somebody
want me
else
to
go?
come back to you?
Yes, could you,
Okay, you
please?
can let that show
I want
in
to see
the
what other
vote.
people
Ray?
think.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
Val, we've got Angus.
So I'm starting to wonder. I feel like I'm looking at the same application that I voted no on last time because of the proximity to North Pasture Road. What, uh, which building is this? Is it this that is connected to the house?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So no, this is just a photograph of the existing garage, just to show context in terms of the architectural detailing.
So,
Can we go to the
thank
site
you
plan,
through
please?
the chair. I'm just looking at the site plan at where it's
Yeah.
pointing to the garage near the street, which is what thought I was voting no on last application. It's slow to load, so it's just, is this not what we just looked at?
No, we just looked at 63A Hulbert.
No, I thought we just passed a garage at 13.
No, that's what we're reviewing right now.
Okay, so I still have the same concern about the proximity to North Pasture Lane. It's a little bit unusual on that road. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough, thanks.
The
Let's see,
structure
Val.
itself is fine. Yeah.
I already went.
Val went, that's right, she wants to see more arches. Abby, do you want more arches?
So, which elevation is on South Pasture, or is it
North
south?
Pasture.
I think it'd be north.
North, thank you, north. So you don't see those arches anyway. Okay, yeah, I'm good. Thank
Okay,
you.
You're good as is,
As is, or with Val's arches.
okay. And, let's see, Ray.
Ray's good.
Ray's good.
Ray's good.
We're not gonna see the arches, but it just seems like it'd be a nice thing to do. Matt, my concern with this was, with respect to proximity, was only the elevation relative to the road. This side of the street is higher than North Pasture, correct?
It does slope up.
But is it slope or is it dramatic in this
In
location?
this location, it actually slopes up fairly modestly. I think it might actually slope up a little bit, then dip down, and then go back up.
Okay.
I do plan to submit, I don't know if a landscape plan is gonna be necessary, but in terms of like the topography, I wanna kind of pick an average height, just so it's like kind of cut in. Their whole goal is to not see it from North Pasture. They didn't really want to see it when they drive up their driveway.
All right.
Okay. And there was a change in grade of 12 inches.
Yeah,
Is that,
I think that's accurate if you kind of take the average slope, because it's a fairly, if anything, honestly, it feels like it sits in like a little, where would they want to locate it? It kind of sits in a little bit of a hole, a little bit. When I say a little bit, I'm talking
and
about.
that would explain why it's being raised on all four sides versus one, because it's not a slope that you're offsetting.
It's kind of an
you're
average.
Raising in the hole.
Yeah, and I could submit a topo plan if you want, if it's.
No, I'm not terribly concerned about it. I was just out there the other day in that area. That was one thing I wanted to get clarification on. Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
I'll make a motion to approve as submitted, with added vegetation as needed to screen some of the garage.
Okay, so we'll write that in under circle restriction conditions and write that in.
Okay.
Let's see, in favor of Abby's motion, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Ray. Angus.
Right.
I'm sorry?
Hi.
Aye. Okay. Thanks, Angus.
With the vegetation, yeah.
Now we're on to
Okay.
14, how do I say this word?
Tatimo.
Tautimo. Tautimo. Just like I thought. Aha. Okay, it's a shed, Matt. What do we got?
Yeah, so it's an application for a shed, 200 square foot zoning shed. We included GIS satellite imagery. It's a really short structure. It abuts a pool that's not under this application. But basically, the structure on the left is the shed, and then the next application is actually for a bath shower pavilion, if you will. It's a really small structure, so. Tried to keep it simple. All the exterior trim details match the main dwelling. It's natural trim, gray sash. So we did include the two structures together, just to show you their relationship. The intent for the secondary structure you see has a roof overhang. And so obviously the ground cover is a certain number, but the roof overhang emulates that of the shed that's before you now. So they actually, the ridges align, their eave lines all align. So our intent here is that if you do see this, it appears as if it's a continuous structure, if you will. They cannot merge, they can't touch, they can't be connected because one is a zoning shed and one is a basically ground cover. So we initially were going to submit this as one application, but technically it's two.
Thanks, Matt.
I'm just signing.
Okay, who'd like to begin? Well, actually, Angus, you had pulled this off consentable. You want to comment?
Yes, Matt just explained. I had a concern, like the eave is the same, the ridge is the same. This feels like it really needs to be connected, or one needs to be a different height than the other. But hearing the reasoning with the zoning shed piece, I get that. It just seems awkward for them to be so similar and not be the same structure. That's why I put it on the list. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to just, those are your comments still?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. Val?
I also shared the same concerns Angus has, and I actually went out and looked, and I didn't think it really related to the house, except that it's simple and it has a very shallow pitch, and it's natural to weather. So seeing where it's going, I'm assuming the vegetation that's there is going to stay,
Yes.
because they don't want anyone to see them either. So given what I think is going to be a lack of visibility, they only see the roof, I'm actually okay with it.
If I could also, through you, Mr. Chair, there is a subsequent landscape plan, fairly well developed, that you may have actually already seen, or I think is on the same agenda.
Okay.
Which addresses the screening.
Yeah, I think this is odd. I almost wish there was a connector, like a, what do you mean you two? You can do that.
No, I can't.
I
The
can't.
Ground coverage issue.
Oh, I see. Boy, all right, well, back to the vegetation then. So we're not going to see this from anywhere? Canoe?
I would reference the landscape plan, but that is the intent. And I would also submit to you that through you, Mr. Chair, that because the roof, the ridge height is so low, that they are the same pitch and the eave lines are all aligned. My hope is that they kind of do read more of this as a single, simple structure. And we considered cross gables, and we felt like the more, any deviation from this would draw more attention to it, where this kind of looks like two simple structures, or one. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Matt. Ray?
I'm with Val about the vegetation and the lack of visibility.
Okay, thank you. I got a few comments, Matt. One, I'm concerned that this looks like there's going to be a plateau there, and I know there's a grade change. So I would personally like to see the landscape plan, if you don't mind tracking.
Sure.
I think that would allow you to address, let's see here, you have posts around this. A freestanding pergola connector that isn't a connector because it's not touching either building will be a landscape element. It doesn't change your ground cover, so boom, done, finished.
I did actually have that,
Yeah.
actually.
And I think if you would, maybe we could hold for a minor revision
Sure.
and the topo.
Track with the landscape?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Has anyone got a concern with that approach?
No.
Okay, do we have a?
I had
motion
one
for-
idea about a revision.
Yeah, revision for the pergola. It
Oh,
would really be in the
this-
hardscape plan.
This had to do with the structure of the two buildings. The other thing that caught my eye was the overall height for this being a shed and an outbuilding. is that I was thinking that the eave should probably come down to the doors that are already kind of high, 15 feet. I mean, they're story and a half houses with like living space in the loft that's 15 feet. So if it could come down, I think that would also help with its lack of visibility.
Thanks, Angus. Matt, can we get a foot out of the height, lowering the top plate, connect those up? It's gonna change the whole presentation of that structure. It's gonna look like one, and then it's also not gonna look as tall.
Sure, I can look at that. I just want
Okay.
to make sure there's no implications, but if I'm being held for revisions, I'll.
Yeah, so we'll hold for revisions. The intent should be the revisions is to adjust the height down, put a non-connecting pergola on the hardscape plan that would be reflected in the two applications of the two structures. Can I get that motion?
So moved.
On Abby's motion, Abby
Aye.
and Ray? Vale?
Aye.
And Angus?
Hi.
And I'm an aye. Okay.
That's it.
Okay, you guys want to take a 5-minute break or?
So we're holding your other two,
Um,
the second one?
Yeah, that's part of
Yeah.
that motion.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
So we're gonna take a 8-minute break. So we'll come back at 6:55.
I think there's pizza,
Legs.
Oh, there's pizza.
I think.
There is not.
Santa ran
You can do.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to begin. Is there a thing that says you're recording? Oh, okay. All right, we're back, folks. 41 Easton Street. Hey, how are you?
Hello, good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Okay, we've got trim doors, roof.
Should I start?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry,
Okay,
please.
sorry.
I thought you knew the drill.
Yeah, oh no. Well, I don't usually come in person.
You're a pro.
Yeah, I just want to apologize for taking up your time with this. This should have been a simple like-kind application that didn't need to come before the commission, and I was fully intending to come for a shingle and roofing permit, but forgot that I needed one for the trim too. We started replacing all the trim that's rotten on this house, which is at 41 Easton Street, down not far from Brant Point. And there's a couple windows that we're replacing that are rotten with the exact same like kind. That's basically the drill. I'm coming to see about assessing a fine for starting the work without you guys.
Okay, and let's see, Mickey, did you guys have anything on this?
No concerns.
And let me just double check my. Anyone have any questions? It's not, okay, that'll be a simple, like, kind of done beforehand, clarify scope. So I guess Holly was just hoping to clarify scope, and I think what we're looking to do is, this probably doesn't have drawings on file, correct?
No.
So I think what we would request is that, I would suggest, to simplify the process at this point, is that a image of the floor sides of the home be taken and just mark it up to indicate with, like a red highlighter what's being replaced with like kind. And in that way, the images will be on file. When the inspection occurs, it'll be very simple to see through and see what was there, and everybody is more or less comfortable, if not happy.
Okay.
Does anyone have a concern with that?
Can I just ask a question here? So, as I understand it, like, there's no aspect of this that is not a like-kind replacement,
That's correct.
right? So the only reason that we're actually even reviewing this at all is because a like-kind was not applied for and the work just commenced.
Correct.
So if we just dealt with it as if it were a normal like-kind, which is like not even coming to the board, it's submitting that information to staff.
Well, the problem with that is that the process to accomplish the steps that are required to accomplish the process can't be done because the trim has been changed out. So this is just kind of, it's extra work, not to be punitive, but to like help you guys remember next time. You're gonna take these pictures, you're gonna mark them up. They're actually not gonna be the prior existing trim. Holly's concern was that the scope would be defined. So the simple way to define the scope is to mark up the images.
Okay.
And I'm trying to suggest it in a way that will make it easier for staff. If they were to turn this in, they wouldn't actually be able to accomplish a like kind of application because what they're gonna replace, they can't photo document it.
Yeah.
Right.
Kathy?
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Angus has his hand up.
Okay. So, anyone here have a question? Angus?
Oh, I just thought that since, I mean, we don't always have the luxury, but since this, on the application is saying the original build date is 2020, we should have the opportunity to look at the approved HTC plans to make sure that the trim and details are following what was there, given that all the photos are showing, already replaced. That's the only thing. And that could be reviewed through staff, but I think there should be some sort of accountability there.
I think it's 2002, actually, not 2020. So I don't know.
2002.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Angus, thanks, but I as opposed to like, it would just be that it's a like-kind replacement referencing any existing drawings. And then when staff do an inspection, they'll be reviewing those drawings and the images showing what was replaced, and the drawings, if any exist, showing what previously existed. However, I'm going to gather that there's 2 lines on a piece of paper for a corner board and 2 lines on a piece of paper for a rake. So I'm not really sure what we're going to see, but I have no issues including language to that effect. Can we get, it doesn't seem like there's concerns other than have been stated. Can we get a motion to approve subject to a set of marked up images?
And, quick question before you make your motion. The owners just suggested to me this week that they want to replace the aluminum gutters with white fiberglass. So I didn't know, so should that be a separate kind that I submit?
No, and the reason why is because we don't typically approve gutters or not.
Oh, that's not one of your, that's not under your
We've
purview?
never had, how many applications have we had in your lifetime in the HDC for gutters?
I think some, few, because usually they come in with a bunch of things, but there's a
Never.
whole section in the building with Nantucket in mind on gutters.
We've not, Ray, do you want to maybe?
Well, I agree with Stephen that, you know, we don't get requests for gutter changes.
Have we ever asked for a gutter detail when we approve trim?
No.
How that would typically be handled is that, in this instance, it's a historic structure. It would need to be like kind, but to the point that they aren't typically reviewed and approved is what they are replacing are aluminum gutters. I just want everybody to get their head wrapped around this.
So I would do a separate
So
application?
no, you just use the G60, which is a fiberglass profile, which is consistent with the historic detail and building with Nantucket in mind. And it's accepted, it's used all over the islands.
Yeah.
And that would be, I think muddying up the water with that now isn't going to be beneficial for anyone.
Okay.
Okay, so I think the suggestion was to motion for approval subject to images showing the scope of work and the details of the replacement work to be inspected against any prior existing drawings on file.
So moved.
Okay. On Ray's motion, Ray?
Aye.
Vale?
Aye. Is somebody going to write that?
Yeah, Ray will. Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so that's one down.
So how did Fiona get the heat to go up? Can I go fiddle with it for a second? 'Cause I'm suddenly, can you give it a try? I'm sort of freezing. It must be under
I
a,
turned it up when
Can
I
I-
came in.
guys?
I went to the 70s, so I don't know what happened.
Can you imagine if this was a select board meeting? Hey, you guys, what about the heat? My feet are cold.
well, yeah, I think they'd say something.
You, Abby, there's decorum. We're in the middle of a hearing and you're
Yeah.
talking,
No,
you
no,
know.
I thought we finished. Sorry.
No. We're going on to the next one. 17 Ames, addition window changes. The proper way to handle that is to say, point of order, Mr. Chair or Madam Chair, and say, there's a problem with the heat in here. Can we please address it? And then the minute makers know what's going on and all the rest of it.
May I?
Which, by the way, we voted to be following Robert's rules. I don't get why I get put in this position to be the bad guy all the time. Alyssa, please go ahead.
Okay, so we have 17 Ames, which Holly noted in her staff comments. The original structure is a contributing historic structure in Nantucket with, it's called Peddler's Hole. It was built by Franklin Bartlett. And so what we were trying to do was keep the original structure of the house and add a 2-floor addition on the side. This was previously approved. What happened was, I know this isn't your purview, but because it's under the lot is in 2 different zoning with different setbacks, part of the addition was in the not setback far enough from the street. So we had to push the addition back in order to comply with the setback. So that's what you'll see when we look at the elevations is basically almost the exact same structure pushed back a little bit further towards the water, towards the east side.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, Holly had comments. And does anyone have questions?
Yep.
Val?
I tried really hard to understand this. I thought there was a second floor involved, but what's circled is only one elevation, and I can't align in my head exactly what.
Oh, and there were some fenestration changes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's part of it.
So I'm sorry, I'm struggling with that.
Okay, so if you start with if you start right here, I can't see what, I think it's the west elevation, where you're looking at the front of the house with the gate on either side of or the fence on either side of the deck.
Yeah,
They're going towards the front door. So the top one is the one that was approved.
right.
The bottom one is what we're proposing, below it. So it's just the same as the top one, but actually, I don't know why I didn't circle it in this elevation, but I guess because you can't really tell, it's just pushed back. I think it's 8 feet from where the previous one was.
Are you getting that or no?
No.
Okay.
So that whole secondary, the mass on the second side of the house with the 2 floors was originally in line with the existing house, and now it's pushed back.
This was flush, and that's a fake corner board.
Oh.
And now this is back, this is forward about 8 feet.
I can't tell you how much I looked at this and I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, sure. Any other questions on that? Linda, please.
Okay, now thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
No, yeah. How come the windows, some of the windows are 2/2?
Elevation,
The elevation. That one, right there.
north,
The north elevation.
right, Val?
Sorry?
There's a,
2/2's on the north.
yeah, it's
And south.
on the south near the small batten doors. There's,
Okay, I believe it's because it's matching within the room, it matches the windows on the other side of that room.
Let's see.
So it would help me if I.
Hmm.
So you see there's 2/2 in the.
I'm glad it's not just me.
so there's 2/2s on the north.
Design. I wish Twig could be here to be talking.
Melissa, there's 2/2s on the north and 2/2s on the south in the same room.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And are they 2/2s or are they 4 light?
They are 4 light,
Okay.
actually.
That's what I wanted to
Yes.
double check. And then, okay. Not on qualitative, but on questions otherwise, anything? No? No? Okay. Ray?
I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. And Val, I'll come back to you if you want. Ray, Angus,
No concerns.
Abby,
I'm okay with it.
Val,
Okay.
okay? And, yeah, I have no concerns with it. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted. Thank you for the clarification.
On Val's motion, Val,
Aye.
on, oh, sorry, I just realized I have an Exhibit A to do back on 63 Halbert. Val, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Oh, thanks.
That goes this way. So that brings us to 20 North Pasture's been withdrawn for the record. Without prejudice, we'll accept that. Why don't we motion so that's in the record? Can we get a motion to accept the withdrawal of 20 North Pasture Lane without prejudice?
So moved.
Ray on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Dale? And I'm an aye. Okay, 54 Orange. Ray, would you mind sharing this one while
No,
I
I don't
get
mind.
this Exhibit A out of the way?
Let's see. Oh, Linda. Okay.
Who is my board?
I'm gonna have Connie sit in on this one. Steven's off, Connie's in.
Is Stephen off, or just busy?
Yeah, I'm gonna
He's-
just sit
he's-
off it,
he's off
so
for
I
this
can
one.
do this Exhibit A because I'm gonna have to.
Okay, so it's Connie, Ray, Val, Abby, and who's up there? Is Angus up there?
Angus. Yeah.
Do I have an alternate somewhere?
What?
Is there an alternate?
Joe can be an alternate. Joe, you're still there, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Okay, because if we have to put these back in for
Yep.
stuff, I gotta have.
Okay,
the
so you
board.
got your board.
Okay.
54 Orange.
If anybody who doesn't know it offhand, I got a billion pictures in there from every vantage point on the planet. From Mulberry, from the town parking lot, from Union, from Washington, from Orange, from Flora, from Fayette, and from Weymouth. And really, the only clear visibility is actually from Mulberry, which is the one that runs down the hill from Orange to Union Street. That's the side that you see. It's very difficult to see it from anywhere else because the road twists and there's a bunch of houses in front of it. What we're here for is to change, primarily to change the railing detail on the 3 decks, which you can see in the picture above you. We're not changing the dimensions or the height of the railing or anything else at the moment. It was already allowed to be rebuilt in an application that came in from someone else a couple of years ago, and now the people, the new owners would like to alter it even further. If you look at the information that I gave you, it's probably 50 some odd pages in there. There was no deck on this house in 1880, no deck in 1900, no deck in 1920. In 1935, there was an abomination of a very low platform over the garage. When they added the garage, it was just a very long platform with really no deck, just a roof over a garage. In 1957, it was still that long platform over the garage. In the 50s, if you want to go to that picture, there were some weird additions in the back, which fortunately were taken off it before they started adding the 3 decks. If you want to keep going down to the historic pictures, that'll be there we go. If you want to look at those are the earlier pictures where there's no deck again. Still no deck. Then the platform, if you want to go to the next picture, you can see the platform that was added over the garage. Still no decks for the most part. And now they're starting to add the decks. And that is 1950s. That abomination was 1950s. So when they took all that off, which was adjacent to that big flat deck over the garage, they cut it all back and then they put the decks on that you see today, which is a much more modern incarnation. The Sanborn maps also support this. So after 1949 and that 1950 picture, there are the Sanborn maps. No deck, no deck, no deck. So over time, the structure has morphed out. This whole deck configuration in the back has morphed out. What they'd like to do now, if you want to go back to the elevations, the drawings at the beginning, is add window boxes to the deck railings. There you go. If you want to go up one, I think there's a schematic of it. Yes, right there on the left on the picture. They wanted to add window boxes on the inside and maybe some benches in between those window boxes and stay on that elevation. That's where most of the changes are taking place. They want to take the sliding glass doors, single light sliding glass doors out and put in 8 light French doors and sort of relocate them on the back since that back has been morphed multiple times. Add a few windows, add some porch posts to make them more evenly spaced out, and remove the deck on the right side of the bottom section where that big platform was in order to put a roof over the AC units which are underneath it. So if you want to look at the picture above you, you can see where that little roofed over deck is, which isn't visible. No, stay down.
You can see the side of it right there. That isn't visible from anywhere, and it's because of the overhangs of these decks, it's kind of hard to see the doors, but I did the best to take pictures of them. So that's pretty simple back there. On the side on Mulberry, there is a basement door which was added after the house was built, long after the house was built, to get into the basement. They want to take that basement door out, which you can see in the pictures as you scroll down again, and put a matching window in down there that match all the other windows. There we go. That match all the other windows in the foundation. You can see where the door was if you look at the picture above you on the screen. And they just want to put a window in and take the door out because it floods in there as the water comes down the hill. I don't have much more to say about it, except that it's evergreen. The window on the side is going to match the others in the foundation, which is Essex green. It was Essex green at the time. All the windows and doors on the back side are all white now. Then white railing, they're going to remain white. And they've added 2 oval windows. If you want to go to the next, or go back up one. Yeah, on the right, you can see the 2 oval windows. Those are in a stairwell, and they are really not visible. I tried like hell to see them. But because they're behind the deck from Mulberry, and because you can't get a visibility of that whole section from Flora or Mulberry or Union, they're impossible to see. But I know it's a little odd, but if they're not visible, and it's not an atypical downtown window on these Greek revivals, we would like to go for those. So if that is all you need, any questions?
Yeah. Do you folks have any questions for Linda?
I did, well,
What was that?
I said I have comments.
Okay.
Oh, no questions on what's being,
I have a question.
yes, Angus.
In this elevation that we're looking at, are these proposed windows the same as what's adjacent? In other words, this is east. Are the north and south windows that same size?
Yes. It's to match the existing, except that they're white instead of the Essex green.
Got it, Angus?
Thank you.
Okay.
And they're
thanks.
single divided light, by the way, because it wouldn't be appropriate otherwise.
Okay. Mickey?
Yes.
Object as usual.
Yep.
The proposed railing style is inappropriate. It's a traditional railing, balustered railing now, and they should remain as they are. There's too much white. They're going to be painted white below the short balusters. It's a lot of white, and it will be visible. And the oval windows, I guess visibility is the issue, but they're inappropriate if they're visible. Thank you.
Okay. Mickey, thank you. Board members, who wants to begin?
I'll go.
Yes, Val.
I know they're trying to match what looks like the fence, it seems to me, and while it's nice to have a planter, the planters, I guess, are on the inside.
Yep.
I just think it looks like a fence. And that fence is very unique to that structure, and there's a lot of it. So I don't think, I'm not in favor of seeing it as railing, proposed as railing around the building. I think it's just way, way, way too much.
Do you have a suggestion?
And I think you could put boxes inside regular railing and it'd be fine.
But not part of the railing?
Linda?
I just want to clarify.
Okay.
I'm not a designer of a railing with a planter, but just visually, it's too much, and especially because it's white.
Okay.
And the oval windows may or may not be appropriate. I don't really have a concern with those because I really don't think anyone's going to see them.
Okay.
Okay,
Do you have
thank
a
you.
problem with the basement door?
Who's next?
Hold on, Ray, do you have a problem with removing that basement door and putting a window in on that left?
No.
Okay.
Everything I talked about is the only thing I had a concern with.
Okay.
Right. Okay, who's next?
I can go if you,
Abby?
yeah, I have the same concerns. I think it looks like a fence, and I think the original existing balustrade is the best, probably the only way to go. And I think the oval windows are just a little bit over the top. I wouldn't mind seeing a window there, but I think the oval ones are sort of too much. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Connie, you ready?
Yeah, I have the similar concerns with the balustrade. The oval windows don't really bother me because I don't think they're going to be visible, and the rest is okay. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thank you. Angus?
I agree with everything that Val said.
Okay, and I'm there with the railing with everybody else. And I will also say, no objections to anything else, including the oval windows, which I really definitely think will be invisible.
I'll withdraw the part of the railing that is objectionable at this time, and so I
You're
can get
just-
everything else.
So you're just gonna go for
Everything else.
the straight up balusters that I believe are already there, correct?
Yep.
Okay, does everyone get that? Like, she's willing to remove the sort of planter box fence-esque part of this in favor of the open balusters that are already there.
I have a question. Would that be an exhibit?
Angus, yes?
Would that be an exhibit A, or how
I'll
would
just
we
have to
treat that?
I'll put up new drawings back in. To
Uh,
staff.
She'll submit new drawings.
I will make the motion to hold for revisions.
No.
No,
to
it's,
staff.
we'd like it to kind of get off the desk, so.
Exhibit A.
Yeah, an exhibit A, I think, would be fine.
Okay, back to the exhibit A. So I make a motion to approve with an exhibit A that eliminates the proposal for the railings to be anything other than the straight regular balusters that they are today.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, they're proposing, well, we would essentially be going back to the way it is right now
Yeah.
with respect to the balusters. So oddly, I'm not sure that an exhibit A is necessary.
That's what I'm saying. I have to put new drawings
So
back in.
I can just draw this up. So Angus, do you want to just make that motion that you would strike the, get rid of the planter box portion of this and go back to the ordinary balustered rail that's there?
That's my motion.
Okay, thank you, Angus. On Angus's motion, Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'll draw that up.
What's next?
We are on to 2 Cottage Court. This one is 63 Halbert, that's old. That was the piers.
Yep.
2 Cottage Court, main house skylight.
Board?
The board is the regular board.
Okay.
And you may begin.
Skylights. The, which one do you want to take first, the main house or the
Yep,
cottage?
that's the order they're in.
All right, main house, you can see it up there on the site plan where it's located. I took pictures again from everywhere humanly possible, as well as all of the skylights that are around me, several of which are Velux and nut boxed. And this would be a small skylight to get light into the room. And it's a small room up there and get the light in the room. And boxed, so it's a wooden box, like it's supposed to. And we usually have grates, muttons, so you can see that.
Okay. Holly had comments. Mickey, does your group have anything?
I object as usual.
Just to move the, we're fine with the skylight. It's a little visible, but not a lot visible. But it really should go up close to the ridge. It's a traditional, more traditional place to put it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, regular board, who'd like to go? Ray.
It would seem from the side elevation in this case being the south, that it's
East.
pretty high. What?
Oh, from the side, it's facing east.
Linda,
I'm
please.
looking at the side view of it,
Yep.
and it seems pretty high up on the elevation.
Yep.
I mean, on the roof, sorry. So I'm actually okay with this.
Okay, let's see, Val.
As long as it's boxed in wood.
Yep.
No. Angus?
The same boxed in wood, shown in the way it's, in the elevation. I think maybe the confusing part is that floor plan, visual of it, and also that the elevation show the vertical dividers into, 3 lights.
Yep.
Oh, okay, Abby?
Nothing to add.
I agree with Angus. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted with the wood frame
And the three.
And
and
the
the
three
three
dividers.
divided, yeah.
Yep.
On your motion, Val?
Aye.
Ray?
Hi.
Angus?
Hi.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. They're unanimous.
Thank you.
Well, that was how it was submitted though, right?
I didn't see that.
Did I put the dividers,
Was
did I
the
draw,
three
I
light
drew,
in
I
that-
thought I drew the dividers
Hold on a
in.
second, Linda, please.
Look at the
Was
photo.
there 3 light on the application, I thought?
Is what?
Did it indicate 3? Maybe I misunderstood.
Go back up, go back up,
No, it just said Velix.
back up.
Yeah, let's just write
There
it
it
on
is.
as a
Hold-
restriction.
wait, you went
condition,
too far
so it's a
again.
wood box frame and it's 3 light.
Right there. It does have the dividers into 3 lights.
Yeah, we're gonna write it up on the on the COA, so it's
Yep.
it's
I'm gonna
terribly
rewrite it
clear.
up.
Yeah,
Okay.
it is boxed.
Okay,
Okay, next one.
yeah,
These you can't see from anywhere. It is so boxed in by everybody else over there. And it's gabled to the street, and this is the furthest end towards the house, so it's not visible. And there's a big house to the right of it, and a big house to the left of it, and a garage to the bottom of it. So there it is right there. It's a 1-story structure, and there's small skylights, because it's not a very big room, but it's dark as all get out in there. You can see the drawings right there.
okay,
And they're absolutely not visible, because I tried that too.
okay. Holly's comments was muttons, and
Yep.
Mickey, you guys got anything to add other
No
than
concerns.
Okay, and does anyone have any concerns other than muttons?
I had
Box?
I had a
Box.
concern over the front door. I'm fine with the one in the back, but the one over the front door, I think is sort of
Linda, would you like to
inappropriate.
resubmit to change the door, or,
No,
yeah, that was not actually on the application.
and it's on the back side of the garage where you can't see it.
It's okay. So the application is for skylights and a skylight, and
Yeah, and
the
boxed and buttons.
consensus is a wood box frame with a
Buttons.
3 divider.
Yep,
Is there any additional discussion?
same board.
Same board,
I do have a question.
please. Angus?
The west elevation has the clouding around it. So is that a proposal or not? I get the east side, which is not within view, but the west side looks like that's what's being proposed.
West and east, Angus, and if you want to go to the photographs, you can see that you can't see it because it's actually behind the garage. Up the driveway, quite a distance, and behind the garage. If you look at the pictures right there, that is from the side street. That's all you can see, because there's another property right to the left, so it's a very narrow driveway going back up there.
Through the
Right,
chair. Thank you, Linda. Yeah,
Anything else, Angus?
that's all. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. Okay, what do we want to do, folks,
Motion to approve, as submitted.
with the 3?
Oh, yeah, the
Yeah,
3.
and the box.
Val,
Thanks.
right.
Yeah.
Restriction condition being a 3 light,
Yep,
2
And
month
box.
divider. Okay. Ray, on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
No.
And for the record, Abby is a no, and 4-1 carries. That moves us on to 11
11
Chatham
Chatham.
Road.
I don't know why this isn't on consent. You already
Okay.
approved this.
Linda?
I can tell you.
Let's, let's let Connie get to that as soon as you do your presentation. The quicker you do it, the quicker you're gonna
Who's
find out.
sitting? The regular board?
Regular board, Connie is gonna comment because she sat on non-consentability.
Hold on.
Just a reminder, everyone, it's on this list. It means it was deemed non-consentable.
I don't get it, but I'll go back. This is already approved garage. It's a dirt road. It's not really that visible because there's a massive barn on the property. And as I say, you've already approved it. We just rotated it so the garage would work a different direction. And they've changed some doors and some other fenestration on it, and I think a roof line, but it's still essentially the same building that was already approved. Only it's less visible because of the way they twisted it.
Connie?
So I actually was going to put this on consent, but I was told that the abutters noted, there was an issue with the abutters notification.
We sent it out.
Okay, hold on, Linda. We've
Well,
got a question that Connie has brought up. It's legitimate.
That's what
Kathy?
I was told. I have the email.
Well, it was sent out, it was sent out in time.
Linda,
Thank you, Ray.
Yes,
tag team.
yes. Yes, so
So,
it wasn't put
okay.
on consent.
you believe, no. I guess the question to staff is, are we aware of an issue with abutter notifications?
No.
Okay. Okay.
There was originally, I guess, it was late.
Well, from the neighbor, right?
From the neighbor. Oh, the neighbor said they didn't get it.
That's
Is
not
that the
uncommon.
I got back 3 out of the 5.
Linda.
I got them back without being delivered. That's what
You
the
know
problem
what?
was.
No more pizza for you ever.
I didn't eat one today.
Okay.
It's the cheese that gets
Still,
me.
you can't, you just let us please
All right,
get
they
through
did,
our
they didn't get
process.
it.
Linda, please, let us get through our process.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, maybe because it's not in the UCAP?
Yeah.
Like the abutters, so maybe that was the issue.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out, what
Yeah.
could be going on.
I always forget to include them.
Okay, can we get a motion that Linda never forget to include the abutter notifications?
It's in the
ever
file.
again? Okay. Can we also make sure that if abutter notifications are required, that they're included in the application packet or it's deemed incomplete?
Yeah.
Because it could be a problem that would come back to bite us on an appeal.
Well, I raised it last week on
Linda,
one.
thank you. Okay, so,
I have comments.
well, I want to just clear up one thing, that we will be, I would suggest that since we don't have the abutters notifications to view, and Linda says that they're in good order, that there should be no concerns that
Right there.
an approval,
And the physical one, it's just not with you.
okay, and they're in good order?
So, yeah, they look good.
Okay, because I was going to say, if not, then we could make a motion conditioned upon the abutters notifications being in proper order. Okay, Val?
To Connie's defense, regardless of the view letters going out, I myself was confused because it's not exactly the same garage. Yes, it's rotated, but it's a foot higher almost. And I think I kept looking to see what was different, you know? Is it a whole new garage or was there just minor changes? And so that was confusing to me. That's my comment.
Well, the difference is it's not a 1-story, it's a 1 3/4 story.
There's a unit up there now.
So in other words, it's not the same garage, just rotated.
Yeah, I mean, this is a Cape style structure with dormers, and then what's shown is basically almost a 2-story, so 1 3/4 structure with no dormers.
Yeah.
That's the barn that's in back of it.
That's the
Oh, she's showing
barn.
the barn. I thought
That was a
that this-
rendering?
That's
No,
the
I thought
barn.
this was a picture.
No,
of-
that's the picture from the road, that you can't see the garage behind the barn. That's the only thing you can see is that big barn.
Okay, I thought this was an as-built.
No, that barn's been there a long
Okay.
time. But the garage is behind it, so you can't see the garage because that barn is huge.
Okay, Val, do you still have a question on that?
No, it was simply that. I just didn't feel the application reflected exactly what was going on. So that was,
And
that's
Okay, and do you have concerns?
based
with
on visibility, no.
what's- And it is the regular board, right?
Okay.
I'm fine.
Abby,
Fine.
Angus,
Aye.
and was that an aye?
It was.
Yeah, I've
Oh,
lost
fine.
track here.
Would you want to make a motion? Anyone?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, on your motion, Val.
Aye.
Ray. Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
I'm an aye.
Okay, great.
Okay, now we're on to 2 Summer Street, new driveway.
Summer? Same board?
Why did I think that was an as-built?
Yeah, it's huge, that barn.
Yeah, well, that's why I was like, why are we?
But I took a picture from the street, and that's all you can see is that barn.
Okay. My error.
It wasn't clear.
I will admit mistakes. I made another one the other day, I'll tell you guys about.
Oh, my God, Steve.
Okay, new parking space, readjust fencing to accommodate the space. It's the regular board,
Okay.
and what do you want to say to us, Linda? Kind words only.
Yes, because I'll.
Brick, like every other one on the street, every single house on the street has a parking space, including around the corners, including on Bloom Street, which comes up to it, next to the church. They're having trouble parking in front of the house because of the church, and it's just a block outside the 2-hour parking zone. So they can't even park in front of their house 90% of the time. They can't even park on the street 90% of the time. And with all the construction going on Pine Street, as Ray painfully knows, they'd like a parking space. I'm gonna have to go to the select board, I'm gonna have to go to the planning board. So this is just the first step, and neither one of them will consider it until I get through the HDC.
Okay,
And it's a smaller space, it's the 7 by 17.
thank you. We have Holly's comments. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
I objected usually.
Yeah.
No, we didn't have any concerns with this.
Okay, thank you. Linda, I just want to clarify, the select board doesn't require an HCC approval before they review things.
I can't bother, I can't go near it without it, and I've
I
done it many
understand that,
times.
But you know that doesn't sway them as.
No, it doesn't,
recently
but I
found out.
like to have all my ducks in a row.
And I agree with Holly's comment that the dimensions of the parking area off of the structure, with respect to the structure, the parking area needs to be dimensioned. Who would like to begin?
I'd like to go.
Abby.
Because let's see, and I guess it wasn't on my, so it's such a, historic house. I'd like to see more of it. And the way it's, all I have is the lot layout. But could we move that as far to the left as possible so it doesn't obscure the house?
It is, Abby, look at the site plan again. It is as far left as we can go. There's a tree and another house. It's 0 setback there.
Well, the ones, I don't know
Where
if
is it
I'm
there?
looking at the same plan, but mine is,
May I suggest something, Abby?
yeah.
Tell her what you want.
I want it as far to the left of the site or on the lot as possible, so it doesn't obscure the historic house.
I really like this side of you, thank you. Tell her what you want.
There is a
Okay.
telephone pole. there.
Val?
I don't disagree. There's a street sign, but there's a little gate right where you're talking about, and I think it would be fine. It doesn't seem as though there's a tree right there, so moving it over as far as you can would be great.
Angus?
So this street doesn't have a single parking space that's in front of the house. They're all beside the houses. And I think it's a real shame to put a parking space in front of this house. I think it detracts from the character and in the setting. And it's unprecedented.
That's actually not correct.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
I'm okay with the concept of keeping the space, which by the way is a small space, as far left as possible. Allowing for one thing, and that is, we'll notice that the guest house or some structure is seems to be right on the property line there.
It is.
Enough room to be able to vegetate so that you're not parking right next to a bare side of a building. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you. So I agree with Ray's comment, and I would suggest that we would, if we do a motion that the parking space 7 by 17 is approximately 2 feet off the structure to the left of 2 Summer Street. I want to make a comment though. To me, what happens when you remove a parking space, when you create a parking space on the lot, you are actually opening up the view of the structure. And I want to circle back to the comment I just made about 2 feet in a moment. Because you can't park in front of it. So you actually eliminate parking on the street, and then therefore you can see the house.
Yeah.
So there is some value in this not being so far to the left that you can still park in front of the house. Because if it's a little closer to the house, you're gonna get a better view of the house, because you can park in the driveway, but you're not on the street.
That was one of our thoughts.
And these parking spaces,
understand it, it's all.
so here, look, if
You have to do a no parking in front of it. Okay.
if you park, they park on the sidewalk in this area.
Yeah.
The
If
whole
you
way.
eliminate, if you make a driveway here, no one can park there because you have to get in and out. So the closer is it to the house, it means no one can park in front of the driveway, and you can see, once the car is in the driveway, you can see from the sidewalk where no one can park, the apron area, you can see into the house across the yard. So it actually opens up the viewpoint when you create on-site parking.
There's no
Versus
parking.
having all the cars parked on the street in front of the house. If they park on the sidewalk like they do in this instance, see?
Well, I understand that, but why not move it over? So it's,
Yeah, it's fine. I was
Yeah,
just saying,
okay.
in a larger lot, it would decrease the effectiveness of that effect, that's all.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, during the winter, it would work.
During the winter, it works.
Sorry.
Except when
It's a
church
lot
is
that
on.
works in the winter that doesn't work in the summer, right?
The other thing that I noticed is, and I stand by what I said about the vegetation next to that other building, but there's also appears to be, can't tell whether it's a cherry tree or what, but there's a
Yeah.
tree there
That's what I'm saying.
that's not insubstantial, that appears to be like 2 feet from the property line. So we should really, like, in my opinion, give it at least 5-6 feet, so you're not running over the root system of that tree, otherwise it's gone.
And that's where we.
All
put
right,
the
I'll make a
parking
motion.
spaces.
I'll
That's
make
where
a
we put
motion
it.
to approve as submitted, have, with it 5 feet off the neighbor's foundation there.
Property line.
Okay. And can that be an exhibit A, Abby?
Sure.
And Val?
yeah,
Okay.
the house is on the property line.
It's a
Okay,
zero.
thank you.
So-
Okay.
Yeah.
Abby, on your motion?
Can I second that for discussion?
Oh, go ahead, Angus.
Just that in the site plan, there isn't any reference to the existing fence that you see in this picture that's up now. So I think that should be maintained,
Yes.
or there should be some sort of representation of what's happening with it.
Okay, so would it be fair to recharacterize that as replace wherever gate or fence has been removed with type 2 to match the existing? Except for obviously the parking space entryway?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll write it in.
It is, but you can't, I mean, without a
You want it
site
to
plan
return?
that shows the fence, I mean, is it going around the parking space? Is there a gate in it? Like, there are details that aren't being provided here.
No, it's not a parking corral, which we generally frown upon. It's just terminates, and there's the driveway. There'll be a post on both sides of it to have a termination point.
right,
So-
Angus, go ahead.
Through the chair, just the question. So what we're looking at now, that existing, except for the cut through for the driveway, that type 2 fence will remain and going up alongside the stair and all that, right?
Yes, not changing that at all.
That is what is proposed and will be, I would suggest, is clarified on the exhibit
Okay.
to show the fence extend across the front to the beginning of the driveway apron,
Yep.
the driveway apron, and then the section to the left adjacent to the neighbors is a continuation of the fence.
Yep.
Any concerns with that? Val, can you, Abby, is that okay on your exhibit?
Um,
Okay. We're basically gonna continue the fence across the yard as it is, except for the opening where the driveway is.
Right.
Yeah.
But we want to clarify that in the motion.
We'll put it on the Exhibit A.
Yes.
Because that fence is really part of the whole front
Okay,
of the
thank you,
house.
Linda. I don't know where we were on that. Abby, on your motion?
I'm an I.
Angus had seconded for discussion. Okay, Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Al?
Aye.
I'm an
Thank you very much.
aye. All right.
I can actually eat before 8:30.
All right, 8 Stone Post Way.
And that,
And Mr. Chair, Ethan is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Good evening, Ethan.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good.
That's why I said good evening.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm on my phone.
Okay. I take it you will kindly be directing staff through your application?
Yes,
and I took it off.
it's a driveway gate.
Okay, yep, and you've got nothing to add, right, Ethan?
Well, no, right, you're looking at nothing to add, but basically you're looking at the winter deer fence, which goes away. And below it is an example of the kind of gate they would like to put in its place
Okay, thank you.
between the two existing granite posts.
Okay, thanks. I didn't see anything from Sconsa on this. Did I miss it? Val, you deemed this non-consentable.
Yes, because there is only one small little gate on this street, and it's across the street, and I took a picture of it. I believe it's number 15. And it's way back by the corner of the building. These are being proposed right at the end of where the aprons end, and there's these 2 stone pillars. And I just think it's setting a precedent on the street that I have always been under the impression we were not keen on putting gates everywhere. This is the only one on the street that's there.
Gotcha.
Well, I'm asking for
So,
two.
can you push it, I
Hold on,
thought
Ethan.
it should be pushed back
Thank
further
you for stating.
on the lot.
Okay, appreciate that. Very helpful.
Both this one and the next one are the same thing.
Let's see, Ray. Regular.
Okay,
board.
so, this is just like swimming pools or just like pickleball courts or just like deer fence. And, this photograph of the proposed gate, which is quite visually open, including the fact that you're using wire up above so that the deer can't jump over it rather than some more opaque surface, I think is net positive in terms of keeping the deer out. To Val's point, if it went further into the property, there would need to be returns, because the whole point of this, of course, is to keep the deer out, so either the privet would have to turn back or something like that. I just personally believe that at the end of the apron is kind of the natural spot for where a gate like this would be. And by the way, are these metal gates, these
They're there.
mesh gates, that's what's
So,
that's
the
what's
ones
there
up-
right now?
Yeah, they're chain link fences, which are painted black and they come down, obviously in the summer.
Yeah, well, okay, look, I'd rather look at the one below than the chain link fence, so.
Ethan, did they come down on a cease and desist order, or is that just something that they do seasonally?
They do it seasonally because of the deer. And obviously in the summertime, the white gates will be in the open position through most of the summer. And the idea is not to put the chain link fence back in the winter.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Ray has spoken, Val, Abby.
Could Connie sit on this while I write this up?
Sure, Connie. I think it's Joe's turn.
It is Joe.
Joe, are you with us?
Joe hasn't been.
I am, and I've been waiting to weigh in on this.
Oh, good.
I have no concern. I have no concerns.
Okay, Angus?
My concern is Val's concern is that the more of these we approve, the more of them we'll get, and then we'll just have like a street of gates. And the chain link, I mean, is awful, but your eye doesn't stop at it. Like it goes on through to the house and the yard and the driveway, whereas the white boards on edge really stop your eye there. And my concern is the streetscape. And I think the aesthetics of chain link are, I think we probably all agree about that. But maybe if the stone posts are already there, this could be something that is natural. I did like the idea of setting it back, but as Ray points out, then you'd have to have returns, which might even be more visually an issue. So,
If we
yeah,
keep
that's
them
what I have.
cedar natural to weather.
All right, enough with the side stuff. Anything else, Angus?
That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And did we do Abby?
She's passed on.
Oh, that's right. She went to Joe. So my thoughts are, this jujitsu thing you got going on, Ethan, is masterful. You've shown us a chain link, which nobody wants. You've shown us granite, which no one would suggest is appropriate, but then you show us the wood fence, and it's just like very skillful. I'm not suggesting any ill intent. It's quite a package. I think that this is appropriate natural to weather or invisible green. The white fences are popping up everywhere. We have very few horses on Nantucket. There's not I don't see it. It's not.
We could do natural to weather, and these are designed to keep the horses out.
Nice. And then the other thing is the granite. This is just the granite. I don't want to say pillars, but what would this architectural form
Posts.
be with this? No, I mean, there's a term
Yeah,
for this. I can't get it. Well, at least Ray Stump too.
Not an obelisk.
Yeah, it's not that, but it's
almost an obelisk.
Yeah, this pointed top granite pillar on each side, I think it's gonna look very odd with a gate unless the gate, let's go to the white gate and let's look at the relationship of the height of the posts and the height of the gate, the tallest vertical element of the gates.
What if you take the granite out, replace it with wood?
Well, I think if you do that, you solve a lot of problems, including you can move them back slightly to
the edge of the
edge of the apron, and you solve a lot of problems because everything can be natural to weather.
Yep.
Okay.
That's what I think is appropriate.
Okay.
And for the record, I thought I was weighing in on white. I thought I was weighing in on a wooden gate and wooden posts. So I'm in agreement.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate the clarification. Val?
Are you gonna put that wire stuff like the picture that you're showing?
Seasonally.
That's
right?
seasonally. That just goes in the winter time.
Yeah. It's
No,
just
not the one that's there.
No, the one below.
Post with the wire, basically they create a little bracket in the
The
back.
poor deer are just being kept out of everywhere.
Yeah, I know.
They're in my yard.
And there's posts and deer fencing everywhere.
Well, we're all gonna have to feed them and then bring out our crossbows. So it sounds like we have general consensus that this would be the granite would be removed. Obviously, the chain link would be removed. This would be a natural to weather installation to replicate the image called look of proposed gate.
Sounds
And
great.
it would be look of proposed gate and posts.
Awesome.
Natural to weather. I'm not saying that's the motion, I'm saying, I think that's the consensus.
I'm for it.
And I think, now, how are we gonna simplify this for staff? I think we need an Exhibit A that indicates on the site plan that the fence, the gate, and the posts are per image look up proposed gate on the look up proposed gate image, and then show the location, mark up the site plan to indicate that the posts are located at the rear of the apron.
I have another question for Ethan.
Okay, go ahead.
On the application, it says 4 feet.
What, can you give us a little more?
I think that what we're looking at is taller than 4 feet.
Or you're saying on the narrative portion of the application, gate
Yeah.
or drive entrance, fence
4
height 48
inches.
inches. Ethan, it's 48 inches to the lowest portion,
Yeah.
I
Gotta be.
presume?
It's gotta be.
Yeah. So it's 48 inches, not including the cross buck or the hinge point vertical rail.
Did we lose him?
I think we can do a motion on this. There is a drawing here on the site plan, and I'll do the Exhibit A. The Exhibit A would be the fence and post as shown, the lower portion, the upper rail not taller than 4 feet, natural to weather, and it would be located at the rearmost portion of the apron.
That's my motion.
Thank you, Ray. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Val.
I am a no.
Okay. Val's a no for the record.
Gates are unfriendly.
Okay. Okay, and that'll be an Exhibit A, and we're gonna go to the next one, which is down the street.
It's actually right next to it, it's 2 driveways.
Yeah, down the street. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying it's like miles away or anything. Okay, Ethan, I don't think you need to explain anything, do you?
I think he's gone.
He's gone. I think we're just gonna act on these.
Oh, sorry, it's the same thing. Yeah, you guys, the same
Yeah.
exact thing.
Okay. Val, you have the same concerns?
Yes.
Gates are not friendly. Abby, you are still off?
Yeah, I'm still.
Okay, Joe?
If this matches what we did last application, I would be okay.
Okay. Ray?
Ditto. I'm assuming here that this already has 2 curb cuts.
Yes, it has 2
You have to look at the site plan. I can't see it. Scroll down. And it does.
Right. So that already exists.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, from the locus. Okay.
All right. Yeah,
Ray?
I'm good. I'm good. Well, I'd be contradicting myself if I objected to these.
Yes, and so this will also be an Exhibit A, correct? Ray's Exhibit A?
Sure. Yep.
And so Ray on your motion?
All right.
Joe?
Can I second?
Angus?
Can I second for discussion? I'm just looking,
Yep, go ahead.
I'm looking at the photograph of 16 gate, and it looks like this apron is maybe only 4 feet deep or something. And so my concern is like we pushed the other one back with the apron, and that was working well, but this one I think is much closer to the road than the other one.
So add apron.
What is your short declarative statement, Angus?
Just that if it were the typical, whatever it is, 8-foot deep apron, that to be on the backside like the one we just approved.
Okay, so.
I don't mind adding that to my motion.
Okay, so typically the apron is 10 feet. I'm not suggesting it needs to be, I'm just saying that's the typical. Ray, what's your,
So my revised motion is to approve this with natural fencing through Exhibit A and increasing the depth of the, oh gosh, I want to say
Apron.
threshold. Apron, thank you very much. Aprons, plural, to 10 feet, and having the gate be at the back end of that apron. That's my motion.
thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Angus,
Right.
Joe,
Aye.
Val.
I'm a no.
Val, for the record, is a no. I'm an aye. That carries 4-1. Thanks, Angus. Thanks, Ray.
Thank you.
I'm gonna write those up. Are you conflicted on Pine Street?
No.
Because I'll do these exhibits unless you want to do them.
You mean you'll do this one?
Mr. Chair?
This is the one we just approved.
Oh, I was going to do the other one, but yeah, I'll do it because I want to make sure we get the grant out
Okay.
of there. Would you mind
This
sharing
one, just
11?
don't forget to include the 10-foot deep
Yes,
paper.
yeah. That's good.
Mr. Chair?
Okay, yeah, so let's see, I'm chairing 11 Pine Street. Let's see, Connie, you're back.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Mirka is not in the queue.
Mirka is not in the queue.
Yeah, for 11 Pine Street.
Is anyone here for that? No. Okay, so let's move along then to new business of March 4th, Public Schools, 24 Surfside,
And
office
Mr.
building.
Chair, they are here, but they would like to review the hardscape first and then the office building second.
Okay, that sounds fine. You're here for that, sir? Yes. Okay.
There are, right, there are other two members online.
Okay,
And I'm actually going to sit off to enable a couple of alternates.
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so at the applicant's request, sitting board, which consists of regular board plus Connie minus Stephen, we're going to begin with the hardscape portion of this application, okay?
Which one? There's two.
Yeah,
It's just, this, I believe it's the same, it's just like the one has like the big, like the big plan of everything. And then the other one's the actual application.
okay. Well, but those are different files for essentially the same thing that we're reviewing. Okay, and your name for the record?
Chip Clooney.
Very
I work at
good.
a school.
Thank you, Chip. Why don't you walk us through the hardscape?
The architects are on.
Oh, okay. Architect, you want to walk us through?
Hey, Mr. Chair, this is John McMeeking.
Hi.
I'm a landscape architect with SMRT Architects and Engineers, representing Mr. Clooney, who is with you today in the Nantucket Public Schools. So thank you very much for the opportunity to present this project. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to share my screen.
Yep.
Thank you. And that request has been sent. Okay. And sharing my screen now, if hopefully you can all see. So this is just a quick snapshot of the existing property, the existing home on 24 Surfside Road, excuse me. This site's approximately a half acre with a 2-story residential home and garage. Project may be familiar to some of the commission as the original plan was actually before you approximately 18 months ago when the public schools was intending to renovate the existing house and the property into office space and faculty housing. So at that time, we actually gained approval for the demolition of an existing garage as it was deemed structurally unstable. However, the public school determined that maintaining the existing house for faculty housing was more appropriate than fully renovating it. So just to walk you through the site design here, the hardscape, again, this is a half-acre lot with an existing home and the garage to be demolished. Surrounding vegetation along First Way and Surfside is all vegetated, pretty difficult to actually see the existing home. And then on the east and south property lines, those border the central offices of the public schools and existing athletic fields. So this is the proposed site plan, fairly simple. New curb cut off of First Way for a 9-space gravel parking area dedicated for MPS staff. New asphalt walkways along First Way to improve safety and security for students walking to and from campus. This has been reviewed with Transportation Department a while ago, but as we move further into the design process, we will be revisiting this with them to make sure that they're still okay with everything. Concrete walks connecting the new parking area to the proposed new office building and to existing central offices building. A small outdoor patio constructed on the west side of this new modular office building, constructed of concrete block pavers, providing an opportunity for faculty to have lunch outside or hold informal meetings out there. 6-foot high cedar fence to screen the new improvements from the existing house, as this has been converted into faculty housing, and just provide a little bit of privacy for them, as well as a little bit of privacy for this outdoor staff patio. Native shrubs will be planted around the perimeter of the building, and there's a lot of actually beautiful old, very mature trees here on this site, and so those are all proposed to be saved and maintained to provide some shade and just some really beautiful canopy out there on this site. So that's really it. We're trying to preserve as much vegetation as we can, especially along First Way and Surfside. Just need to take down a little bit to provide access for that new curb cut off of First Way. And that, Mr. Chair, is about as fast as a presentation I've ever given. And I'd like to open it up for any questions or concerns. Thank you very much.
We like fast. Thanks. Thanks a lot. So I guess I will invite comments from the board members sitting on this with the obvious proviso that we have not yet looked at or approved the footprint of the office building that's going there, but that's coming up next. Okay. So who would like to begin?
Well, I will, because I'm the person who didn't put this on consent. Because I thought it was a big change, yeah. I drive by this every single day to drop off a kid at school. My biggest concern is that it's a very aside from vegetation, there's big trees. And I see you're keeping a couple, but I would love to see if whatever you have to take down, you replace, so that eventually, it's just such an integral part of this end of this little area leading to the school. That's my comments.
Okay, so, but you're pretty much fine with the layout? and all
Yeah,
that
gravel
stuff?
parking is good, and the concrete ties in with the school.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that, I think, is fine, and the cedar fence will keep the housing separate. It's really just the tree part of it that is a concern to me. It's going to look significantly different with all the trees gone.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus, go ahead.
I share the same concern about keeping as much of the existing mature vegetation as possible. And in general, I'm happy to see all the green that is shown on the plan. It's just don't want to lose the resources that we already have. And the only other thing is, I think on the application, the fence is marked as either natural to weather or black. And I would want that to be natural to weather. And I think that there would still be plenty of privacy. We talk about 5-in-1 fences, but 6 feet, board fence seems a little too high. So I'd rather see that be at 5 feet and natural. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, Angus, thank you. Let's see, Connie, you're on. Oh, sorry, Abby, you were going to go?
I was going to, the vegetation, I think, is important for the street. And I think the fencing, some of the fences shown here are a little formal. They've got caps on them. So I think just a simple board fence, maybe, sounds like 6 feet is, sorry, where is the board fence?
It's going between the office building and the residential building.
Yeah.
See, it's
So,
sort of angled across there.
yeah, I guess, I don't know if it has to be 6 feet, but I would keep it simpler. My main concern was keeping the vegetation and planting new trees if you have to take them down.
Okay. Abby, thank you. Connie, I think it's you.
I do have a question. So on the materials, there are several options for fences. And I was under the impression that you were going to do a board fence and a the black chain link fence. Am I correct? Or?
Mr. Chair, if I may?
Yeah.
No chain link. Our preference is definitely the board cedar, natural
Okay.
to weather. Yeah. We just
And
wanted to
then-
give you guys options should you prefer more of a black look, but we do certainly prefer the the cedar natural to weather.
Okay, perfect. And I would be in favor of the 5-in-1 if you needed to go 6 feet and keep as much vegetation as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. So with regard to the fence, I think that I like Abby's idea of simplicity, and I like Angus and Connie's idea of like not so high. So why don't we just go with a 5-foot high board fence? That would be my preference. Now, so clearly the thing that has come up as a theme here is the preservation of some of the existing vegetation. And I see you have 3 trees that appear to be, you're gonna hang on to those. They're right around the modular office building. There seems to be some more that are on the property where the residence is. What do you folks think you can do in terms of telling us what's staying?
Those larger trees that are in there we're trying to keep, those are the tall ones that I think you're talking about.
Like,
They're
do you,
really
do
tall,
you
you
know
can see
how
them.
many? They're like, how many?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, there's 5 really
I see
significant.
5.
There's 5 significant ones. One we may have to take down, so it's not rendered on this. The ones that are not colored are all existing to remain. The 3 that I call out as existing mature are all to remain. So there's 2 that are, I would consider significant trees that need to come down. The 3 that are shown those are really quite large and quite beautiful. So really the only vegetation that's coming down is where the gravel parking area is located. There are some trees in there and some vegetation. There's also a lot of scrub, a lot of vines and bittersweet that will come out. But you know, the majority of the vegetation to be removed is within the extents of the gravel parking area. No vegetation will come down along Surfside Road or along the southern property line, or actually the property line to the east that borders the existing central offices. So the vegetation that will come down to make room for this parking area is strictly along First Way, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have
Thanks for
questions.
clarifying. What was that, Val?
I have questions.
You have questions?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So looking at this plan with the colors that we don't have, is there, I understand as much as you can keep, but like I'm looking at that gravel parking and there's like a swath of, it's probably, I don't know, grass or something. And then
Yes.
vegetation, does that have to be cleared that much?
It was really clear to allow for drainage, but we can certainly reduce. We're actually hoping to put a bioretention area between that existing vegetation and the north edge of the gravel parking area. We can certainly reduce that, I think, by at least maybe 4 feet to keep more of the vegetation, Val. So, you know, I certainly echo your concerns and those of the board. We really don't want to take down anything we don't need to. So we'll certainly try to minimize the clearing in that area. We can neck that down a little bit, and you know, we can certainly make a condition of the contractor if and when this is approved and built that all trees have to be, you know, tagged in the field prior to any clearing operations.
I appreciate that. Is there any way we could get a plan with that on it? No.
Yeah, I mean, the survey just shows a tree massing in this area, so it didn't actually locate each tree as opposed to the big ones that are shown on the plan. So the surveyor, we have him call out and identify anything over a 3-inch caliper tree. Anything less than that, or anything that's in a massing like you see around the property lines along First Way, Surfside, et cetera. Those are they just provide that information as a tree mass, not individual trees. But you know, we can certainly go out there and do our best to flag each one and try to, if that would, you know, help alleviate any of your concerns.
Yeah, I wish there was a picture from First Way, but if you look at the house, the picture of the existing house, which thank you for keeping that. look at the trees in back of that house, and those are the trees I'm talking about
Yeah.
along First Way.
Yep.
Thank you.
Got
That's, I just want to point that out.
All right. Abby, I know you had something.
Yeah, just if we could go back to that design, because we don't have it in our packet. I would suggest doing 2 trees on either side of the driveway opening on First Way. So somewhere to either side. And then along Surfside Road, it looks like you have some vegetation, but I don't know what it is because I can't see it, but at least 2 or 3 trees along the Surfside Road to bring it back to its natural streetscape.
Okay, Abby, thank you. So it seems like the main concern here would be the existing vegetation and getting more documentation on that, with a secondary concern regarding the nature of the fence between the house and the commercial building. Do we want to hold this for just some small revisions?
I think that's a good
and
idea.
Further information, so to speak?
Yeah, so we can see it ourselves, so we can get that
Okay,
design.
is that your motion, Abby?
It is.
With the tree survey?
Well,
whatever you want to
landscape. Put in the motion, that would be reasonable.
Landscape design, including the trees, to be supplemented, or,
Kept.
Okay, that's your motion?
that's my motion.
Okay.
And I second for discussion.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just to nail down the fence thing, if everybody's up for it, it's just a 5-foot vertical board fence, natural weather, that has like the type 2 cap on it.
Got my vote.
Yeah, I'll add
Angus.
that to my motion.
Well, they're gonna bring us more information anyway. So just by way of clarification, it sounds like if you come in with a 5-foot-high board fence with a little cap on it, you're good to go on the fencing. And then the only issue is some inventory of the vegetation, the mature vegetation.
That's a good way to put it.
Is that it, folks?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so there is a motion. I believe Abby made that motion. On that motion. Let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye?
Ray, aye. Okay, so now we can look at the building, right?
Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague, Amrata, the project architect. Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks. See you next time.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, all. Hi. Good evening, Chair. My name is Amrata. On behalf of Nantucket Public Schools, we are proposing a fairly modest new modular structure to provide much needed space for their administrative staff. And it's a single-story building with a full basement, a charcoal colored asphalt shingle roof, 812 pitch, giving it more of a residential feel. And I'll wait for the drawings to be pulled up. So this is the basement plan. This is the overall first floor plan and the roof plan with the elevations. Siding is natural cedar shingles to match the house as well as the existing central offices on First Way. And windows are simulated divide light, 6/1 windows. And with that, I look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Board members.
Go, because it was on my list, so I have looked at this a lot. The struggle I have with this building is it doesn't feel one story. It has one story, maybe eave lines, but it's very tall because of the width of the building. I understand keeping it simple keeps the cost down, and I can appreciate that. But the hip is just not something we see in I don't know, it doesn't feel residential. I know it's not, but there is just something about this massing with this hip roof that doesn't feel like it's congruent with what's going on over there. That's my comment.
Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'm happy to go.
Angus.
So to Val's point, it feels too high for what it is. I like the idea of this getting sort of nestled into the siding with the low eave line. But I think there are a couple of issues. One is that for a hip roof, this feels rather steep. And so ideally, the height would come down with, maybe a 6 or 7 pitch. And the overall height would hopefully come down at least to that lower gable in the east elevation. That's all. Thanks.
Angus, thank you. Who's next?
I could go.
Abby. Go ahead.
It does have a schoolhouse feel to it, though, with the big windows and something about it being a story and a half makes it very sweet. Some of the school buildings have red sash, and I was wondering if that couldn't be introduced. The trim is natural to weather, and I'm wondering how that would work out. Maybe that could be gray and red sash, gray trim, or something to bring it back to looking like a school. But I agree. I think that's a lot of roof, but I don't mind the design. I don't mind introducing a hip. Thank you.
Introducing a hip, like you don't mind the hip.
I don't mind the hip idea. Somehow it reminds me of a schoolhouse, but not this much hip.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Abby. That leaves you, Connie.
Yeah, I echo what Abby just said. I don't mind the hip, but I also think there's a lot of roof visually, and
Excuse me.
and I do appreciate the 1-story, but just other than the roof, I think just needs a little help. Thank you.
Okay, Connie, thanks. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of roof. I do like the hip. I think to Angus's point, the hip pitch could come down. The only issue you're gonna have there is if you keep the gable, then the gable pitch is gonna go down, and like a 7 and 12 gable is not gonna look great. So maybe that goes to a hip too. I don't know, instead of a gable, having these gables sort of coming off on the other side to get it down to a 7 and 12. It looks like it's probably a 9 and 12 right now.
It says 8.
It says 8.
It's an 812 roof currently, but I understand the concern, and we look into a 712 roof.
7 and 12.
Yeah,
Yeah. Just that gesture is going to bring it down by several feet. I am sure of
I
that.
agree. Mhm.
But so yeah, and in 7 and 12 as a gable is not something that we love the board, even though it's permissible. But I might look at the idea of hipping the whole thing. But that's just my opinion. So why don't we hold this for?
Comment?
Yeah. So you have a heckler in the audience that would like to make a random comment. Yes.
So just on this hip roof, if this hip roof were dropped down to, say, slightly shallower pitch, or it were left at the pitch it is now, and it were dropped by half its height to a flat roof below a parapet, not unlike the hospital, you could run solar and utilities up there. Maybe not now, but in the future.
Could you mute this guy right now? I'm just kidding. No.
What's that?
Like the prankster.
Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of space there, and it could go to better utility than being empty truss space. And solar that's hidden is better than no solar at all.
Oh, man. Got to admit, that's a good idea, worth looking at.
Mr. Chair.
We will consider that. Thank you.
Okay, Abby has another comment. Yes, Abby.
Yeah, I just wanted to know about school front doors and doors in general. Do they have to be, are those metal, or could those look more like the windows with muntins and so forth, so they could fit in?
The school itself is all just plain.
What about that door number 1? Is that like a
Yeah,
fire door
it
or
is
something?
probably a fire door.
That's just that's an exit door at the back. The main door has some glass in it, but we could consider what you just suggested.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Can I have a motion to
Mr.
hold this
Chair.
for some revisions?
Excuse me, 1 minute, Angus has his hand up,
Oh, Angus.
sorry.
Oh, just to build on your idea and Stevens, is there's such a small reveal between the hipped mass and the gabled mass that it might really simplify things just to do a simple rectangle with a hip roof with a lower roof and get rid of the
Yeah.
gable, and that way
That's
you can
another good point. Yep.
lower pitch and still do the scoop out in the middle.
It's 7:30 at night and like we're having the best ideas like of the whole evening.
What was in that?
Yeah.
Motion to hold for revision.
Okay. All right. Was that a motion to hold for revisions, Angus?
Yes.
Now, on your motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Abby.
Aye.
Val.
Aye.
Connie.
Aye.
And I'm an aye too. Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for your time.
I'll
Bye.
jump back in if you want to sign.
Sure.
So we're gonna go to 17 Ranger Road. Is Robbie with us?
He is not, Mr. Chair, he's not online.
Okay, so we're gonna skip Robbie, numbers 3 and 4 of 3-4-25, Old 17 Ranger Road. Go to Ben Shampoo. I see you, Ben,
He
in
is
the
in the
audience. Good evening,
audience.
Ben. For our Jefferson Ave hardscape. Board will be the regular board members. Angus is up in the cloud. And why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Okay, if you could pull it up, can you pull it up there?
All right, I'll sign these and pass them on. Stragglers. Do I have a couple of these?
Yeah.
Oh, I lied. Wait.
Oh, I don't sign this because I said no.
Oh, okay. I almost got you.
Will you pass that?
I will.
No, I know, but was it added to the?
Uh-oh. We're having a technical difficulty. So you guys playing an April Fool's joke on Ben?
What address is this? What address are we? Where are
We're
we?
looking for Jefferson.
Are we not?
Oh, that was at the beginning of the meeting, wasn't it?
No, it was another one.
Control F, you can just type Jefferson.
This one?
No,
Oh.
this is hardscape. What is Fiona doing on here? She's away.
Sarah, you want me to send it?
No, hold on. Hold on.
Okay, we're just in a holding pattern, folks at home. If you want to take a bio break, refresh your soft drinks or get new popcorn, feel free.
Here we go.
Got?
Got it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So tell me where you want me to jump to.
Um,
Oh, it didn't show up. Jesus.
It didn't show up?
No, it's on mine. It's
Look at it,
hold on,
I
it's not
couldn't
on this
find
one.
it.
Did you have to let her in?
No. I know, I'm on the VPAC, but it's not. I did, you can see I have it up, I don't know why.
I know, I
it's-
see it,
know-
yeah.
I don't know why
Are
it's
you
not
sure
going
you
on
don't
the
need
screen.
to do something to allow her in? No, I understand, but she needs to share the screen. Don't feel pressured, Sarah.
Alright.
Hey.
Okay. Yeah, okay, here it is.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Jefferson Avenue. The property's long and deep, and it backs up to the bank that holds Lincoln Circle, I guess you could say. So this is sort of tucked way back in there, not visible from anywhere as far as I can tell. So what we have, or what I've proposed in here are a few things. A terrace in this nook in the back where you see that table, a pergola that runs along the, what they're referring to as the, I think it's like an entertainment pavilion or something like that. And a fire pit and a spa to be sort of purchased as a standalone unit that'll tuck into the deck. And then a sauna off in the top right. Also kind of one of those barrel saunas, yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to point out to you guys, this house is far back from the street. And
Yeah.
this location is not visible from any location unless you're sitting up on one of the back decks on the second floor on Lincoln Circle.
Yep.
But I wanted to just, if you don't mind,
No problem.
and then go to Angus, who deemed this non-consentable, and see what his thoughts were. Sure. And then if we have particular questions, we'll come back to you. Is that okay, Ben? Angus?
Oh, I think it was the barrel sauna and the spot. I think it was just it to make sure that there wasn't of any visibility of this. So if it's one of those things that could get the pool proviso, I share your lack of concern of visibility.
Okay,
Can I mention something?
thank you. Ray?
So right now, we don't have the benefit of seeing the whole site, but that's the bottom of the coastal bank, the top of which is actually Grant Avenue.
Picture from the street.
Yeah, like, see, this just, it just continues across, and Jefferson, keep going, you know, it's down here.
Right, can we go to the locus and zoom in a little? Just for,
Yeah, that, right, there it is,
so
right.
this area is in between, up a little? Oh, the other way up? There you go.
There it is.
So Ben's working in this area here,
Yeah.
so.
You can't see.
Yeah.
It's
So
way
are there
down.
concerns with that information now on the table? Is there a motion?
I would make a motion to approve as submitted and say to Ben, like everyone, pictures speak for you. Pictures from the street.
What was it John used to say? There's no pictures, and then when you brought pictures, he would say, the pictures are taken from the benefit of the applicant. Okay.
From your own
We
advantage.
have a motion to approve as submitted. Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Thanks, Ben.
Yay.
Hey, listen, everybody, and I want to thank you all for your consideration of the trees. I'm hearing more and more from you about that, too. So as a member of the committee, it means a lot.
Thank you.
All
Thank you.
right,
We
thanks.
speak for the trees. Isn't that a Dr.
For the
Seuss book?
trees have no
Voice.
voice.
All right.
Read that about 1,000 times.
All right, 9 dock rider demo move off. Brooke? Brooke, let's see if we can make this the lightning round, 9 dock rider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, so the demo move off, I've already got 2 people interested in this building, one for the main house and one for the garage. And if that doesn't happen, there's someone who will take at least one of them. So that's what I have to say about that. And it's a 1970s building, I think, or 1980s.
Okay, let's see, Angus,
No concerns?
are there any concerns?
No.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted as the move off. Is it a move off demo?
Move
Yeah,
off demo.
hopefully the move.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I'm an aye, carries unanimously. Main house,
All right, new proposal, new dwelling. From the street, it is, mostly roof line and porch. So I think that it reads low from the street, and I don't know, I may be biased, but I think it's an attractive design. Thanks.
You may be biased? Okay.
A little bit.
Angus? Did you have, because you had this on consent, was it just because it was a home,
Jefferson.
a dwelling?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yes. But also just wondering about visibility from the golf course. That's kind of a public way. Well,
May I speak to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So the rear elevation is at an extreme angle to the golf course. If you look at the locus, and I realize that the map is not big, really terribly large, but it does kind of sit at a very high angle to the golf course. Maybe if you are walking backwards from the links, you'll be able to see the glass, but there's going to also be a little pavilion that kind of helps break that up. Plus, there's another building there. So you'll probably catch a glance through it, but I would say most of the glass will be either mitigated or not visible.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on that, Angus?
nope.
Okay, and any concerns?
No, it was just the French doors being visible, and it sounds like it's mitigated.
Okay, thanks. Let's see, Ray,
I'm good.
Val,
What's the colors, Brooke?
Offhand,
Gray.
I don't know offhand, but Sarah, do you happen to know that?
It says gray and black.
Yeah, yes, I think it is platinum gray and black. I think because my client likes that color combination.
Bless you.
Sorry.
I'm okay with it.
Abby?
I think the west and east side face the golf course, is that correct? So it's, we're not going to see those French doors.
No.
No, I mean, maybe very briefly as you're searching for your golf ball in someone's yard.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
east side is the one that faces, sorry for interrupting, but east is what faces most directly towards the course, right?
Yeah, and I think that's what we should be looking at. It doesn't look like there's a lot of fenestration on that elevation, so I'm okay.
Thanks, Abby. Brooke, gentrification would be too strong a word. It's compoundification, and I don't mean that in necessarily a bad way. Come to my neighborhood next, because this whole place is gonna go over to this type of an approach, these old year-round homes, big, large lots. Okay, what do we want to do, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Fine, aye.
See this one?
and I'm an aye.
This moved from Hollywood Avenue out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I
amazing.
moved that for some people. They were great. It's fun.
It's good stuff. Guest house? This one. It looks like it'd be on North Wharf. Brooke?
This structure is tucked in the back southwest corner of the property. Mostly what will be visible is the top left elevation with the garage door facing the street. It is behind the main house, and I think it will be relatively de minimis next to the main house.
Thanks, Brooke. I was just laughing and showing Ray, there's like sections of gutters, but I don't think I've ever seen, and we were just talking about it earlier.
Oh, is this the fiberglass gutter?
Well, we've never reviewed gutters, and I think I literally said I've never seen a section of a gutter, and now we have a section.
Until just
In
now.
building with Nantucket in mind.
Yes, so, interesting. Okay, does anyone have any concerns with this?
I kind of do.
Abby, why don't you go ahead?
All right, so my concern is that, okay, so we did the main house, and that's a big house, and it's almost, within this, yeah, it's big, but this building seems to me shoehorned in, and I think it's kind of overcrowding now. So I would like to see it's a fine design, but I think it looks really jammed in there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ray?
Okay.
Val, did I ask you?
I don't know.
Val?
I don't disagree with Abby, but I think what we can see will be from Doc Ryder, and it will just read as a garage, as the smaller massing, because it's quite far back to the secondary guest house massing. So I'm okay with this. I think it'll be mitigated by the house.
Okay, Angus?
I'm okay with the structure. I sort of agree with the crowding, but I also agree that it's sort of tucked back in there. You won't get a real sense of the crowding. But I'm just remembering why I mean, other than it being a whole new dwelling, why the main house was not on the consent, and that is just the siting of the parking. Most of the houses on this street are have the parking to the side, or going to a garage, or it sort of sweeps and it just disappears. And so that was the concern. And I know that that's probably going to be dealt with in the landscaping, but it does affect maybe the buildings. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Does that just leave me? I think so. I agree with comments about the density, but I think I also agree with comments about the screening by the other structures. The hardscape does address parking, and it is to the front, off to one side, so of the main house, and then towards the rear. So I guess I'm okay with that. I'll get into a little more detail. What do we want to do with this one, folks?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion,
Aye.
Ray? Aye. Abby?
I'm a no.
Abby is a no for the record. Angus?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye. Okay, now we are on to the gazebo.
Now that should go.
Go right to an approval.
Oh, this is the new dwelling.
Has anyone not previewed it?
This is
You
the,
can tell me.
this is the new
It's okay.
what it says second. Oh, okay.
Visibility of this is,
Sorry.
It's mostly blocked by, at least from Dock Ryder, from the street, and as it concerns the golf course, I think, you'll probably see the side of it, but it's a small structure, and this lot has got 11 Dock Ryder in between it and the golf course, plus the paper road that goes there, so it's not right there. So,
does anyone have any concerns with this? Brooke, my only concern is, these top place heights are so high that on a windy day, a rainy day, people are gonna get wet in there. All these gazebos come in and they're so tall. But given its location, it's not a concern for me on this particular one. Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve as submitted.
And on your motion?
Aye.
And Ray? And Angus?
Aye.
And Abby?
Yeah, aye.
And I'm an aye. Does anyone have any concerns with the pool?
Or hardscape?
Yeah, are we gonna, does this have a hardscape, or is it?
there is a hardscape application that includes the driveway and the pool surround, or they might be included in the
It's in
pool
the
application.
It's in the one label. It's in the packet label.
Yeah.
I believe. The
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
materials
got-
are listed there.
Doesn't show us much, but.
Oh, yeah, the materials are listed there.
Yeah.
Not on the plan, but on the plan they are not labeled, but on the narrative application they are. Abby, do you have concerns?
Sorry, on the gazebo?
On the pool
On the
and the
pool?
hardscape.
I'm not sure about the hardscape.
Okay. Ray?
I'm okay again.
Val?
Yes, with the proviso, because there doesn't seem to be any fencing or anything.
Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Angus?
So this is where we look at the
Yeah.
parking. So all the buildings have been approved, so there's, there's not a lot of place to go. But I'm looking beside the 3 parking spaces between there and the road. And, I think that works better if that's somewhat planted there so that you're not, because as soon as you enter the driveway, the parking spaces really block the view of the front door. So if you don't see the front door because of the vegetation along the street or that circle, I think that helps mitigate it. So that's the only thing I would suggest. I don't have an issue with the pool.
Okay, I'm sorry, would you restate that,
Yeah.
please?
Just tightening up the visibility at that circle at the street with vegetation so that you're not looking from the street at the 3 parked cars obstructing the view of the front door.
I understand what he said. Right where the apron is, just plant that little nook.
Along the street.
Gotcha. So you're hiding the cars with vegetation, but not the front of the house, correct?
Well.
Right. Well, what you're hiding is the blocking of the front door with cars.
But if you're hiding with plant materials, then you're hiding the cars, right?
That's right.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out. Okay, Ray, you said you were good, I think. Val?
I'm still good, yeah.
I am good because this neighborhood, and it's evidenced by the pictures Brooke put in with the main dwelling, there are a lot of houses that have the driveways to the side and go into a garage, but there's a lot of them that have like a big circular driveway in front and big swaths of parking. So I think there's a mixed bag out there. And I can appreciate not blocking the front door, as Angus said, but I don't have that strong a feeling about it.
Okay, thanks. Abby?
I'm not in favor. I think it's too much parking in front of the house. I don't know what the screening is from the pool. I see the gazebo. So there's just not enough information and too much hardscaping for me.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Brooke, given the context and the other parking areas, it's not that I don't appreciate Angus's comment, but I'm not really seeing it jump out. If these cars were parked ass end out, I think I can say that on TV, we're adults. Tail end, I guess, is the more appropriate way to say that. I would be more concerned because then you're gonna see 1, 2, 3 cars from the street. It just looks very much more utilitarian. Where here, you'll see vehicles, but your vision is gonna be obstructed by basically one vehicle. I would just suggest, I know we don't have a landscape plan, but I mean, given the caliber of the design, the caliber of the compoundification, if you will, I can't imagine this isn't gonna be landscaped to the T's, so I don't have a overarching concern. It does remind me, and I wanna thank Ben Shampoo for bringing it back into my consciousness. I think it would be really appropriate for us whenever we approve a home that we require a street tree as visual mitigation. That's how we legally do it, but we just want a street tree in the damn yard of every house that gets approved on Nantucket.
Love that.
So I would be fine with this subject to adding a street tree to a minimum of 1 street tree to the configuration at the applicant's choice of locations along the street. Does anyone else have any comments?
I like that idea.
Okay.
This can be the
Test case?
Just call me Stevie Appleseed. Okay, can we get a motion to approve subject to adding a street tree to the front
So moved.
Excellent, thank you so much, Angus. On your motion,
Aye.
Abby, come on, vote for the trees.
No, I like your idea a lot, but I'm a no.
No. For the record, Abby is no. Ray?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. Excellent, thank you. And please do something very thoughtful for the neighbors with the pool equipment.
Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
that's signed. I think that's it for you, Brooke, right?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. All right, we're on to 3 and 5 Waydale.
Whoa.
I'll disclose I am on Waydale. I am not a butter, and I'll sit on these applications.
But is anyone here for it? Reed is here?
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Good evening, Reed. Yep, we can hear you. Want to begin the presentation?
Yeah, with your permission, Mr. Chair, could I share my screen?
You should be able to share your screen.
All right.
There you go.
Is it a new dwelling? I think
Okay.
that's why.
Good evening, everyone. So my name is Reed Unor. I am here to present both 3 and 5 Waydale, which are duplexes, the same structure actually. And a quick note about this property. This is what was previously documented as 3 Waydale. So you can see in the bottom right-hand corner how this property is being divided. The 2 cottages towards the Waydale side of the site have already been approved. So this is just subject of the 2 duplexes in the rear. These are the same structures as I mentioned, and a few principles about some of the design here is that we really tried to reinforce additive massing as well as a single family vernacular to this home. So the duplexes units themselves are in a T formation, and then there's some additive massing on the first floors in the form of bedrooms and side porches that help provide some asymmetry to the 2 structures. And when rotated 180 degrees as they are being proposed, they present unique faces to Waydale Road itself. So we're trying to keep some equity between the 2 units and uniformity while still providing some sort of single family characteristic and charm to the structure. As I mentioned, they're a simple T formation, 2 single gables, and I also have some photos of what is the existing structure that has been approved to be demolished. So this is the current structure at Waydale Road that's currently under demolition, and then some 3-dimensional visualizations of what we are proposing. Again, these front structures are already approved, and we think based on, the location of the duplexes being pushed back towards the rear of the site, while they will certainly be visible, they're quite removed from the streetscape itself. So with that, I will leave it to your comments. I look forward to hearing your thoughts.
Thank you. Let's see, Ray?
I'll just
Yeah.
jump right in. So I had these to review. The only reason I didn't consent them was really their size and the fact that they were new dwellings. I really don't feel comfortable, although I think the design is completely appropriate. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Angus?
So are we on the demo or
No,
on the
we're on the
architecture?
dwellings.
New dwelling.
Oh, we already did
Demo
the,
was approved.
okay, thank you.
I agree with Ray about consenting whole new dwellings, but I don't have any issues with the design as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, Val?
I also think they're handsome buildings. My fear is that it's gonna read as the same building. I know you've turned them around, but they're gonna be the same height. And is the colors of both the same, the black and the gray? Because
Yeah, the renderings are accurate representations of the colors.
so all of the buildings are gonna be black and gray?
That's what we currently have proposed, yes, but we're open to changing that if you think that would give them more distinction.
I just think something has to make it feel like it was part of the old neighborhood. There's so much of this, Reed, you did right, putting the little buildings on the street. I just don't want it to seem like a development. You know what I mean? There's not a whole lot of developments in this area, so even though we're, average personville, we like to at least have some kind of flavor.
Yeah, we'd
So
be more than
at
happy
the
to
very
change
least, I'd like to see the colors maybe switched up and perhaps the windows, you know, not all 2/2, maybe 6/1 or whatever.
You are saying between the two buildings.
Between the two buildings, yeah, I'm talking about both at the same time, kind of, so that's it, yeah.
Thank you. Abby?
Okay, I'm betwixt and between about this because I'm just listening to Val talk about maybe making them different, but I'm just wondering if actually maybe being the same and you know, it is a development and the architecture is good, and the landscaping sort of really helps this. So I'm just I'm not sure, like to hear what other people have to say about, you know, the sash color and the trim color and whether they should be made different. So I'm back and forth about that.
Ray?
So the design, as I said earlier, is fine. And the fact that there's two of them is also fine. The thing that I think, now that I have listened to this discussion, that troubles me is this idea of the gray trim plus the black sash is a very kind of, it's a statement for want of a better word. And I would be more comfortable with gray trim with like a darker gray sash or something like that, so that it just, the whole thing was kind of quieter. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thanks. So I'm gonna go now. I think that I wanna remind everyone that there are two small cottages, one each in front of the respective dwellings, and parking spaces with privet. The other thing is I think I like the colors. I say like, but I also mean appropriate. I think it's a step up for the neighborhood. I think it's a benefit for the neighborhood. I say that as someone who lives in that area and is, you know, literally walks by this lot probably 4 times a day. I think that this will be subject to adding a couple of street trees definitively. Excuse me, it'll be a big plus. So I don't have an issue with the colors. I appreciate the comments, but I just want to be clear, I don't have an issue.
But where do you fall on them differentiating between, you know, the left side and the right side?
I don't think
they should be the same, or?
I think they can be. I mean, it's like, you know, you go up, these aren't homes that are like on, what's the street I want to name next to, I think, Prospect, as you get towards Quaker.
Red Barn.
You know, we've got situations where you've got like 3 homes right in a row and they're the exact same home, but they're literally 10 or 12 feet from each other in an in-town scenario. In that instance, I think having them be different colors would be more important. I'm not as concerned with this. I also want to note that we already approved the 2 dwellings in the front. Reed, what are those colors?
As shown in the visualization here, gray trim with black sash.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, that's already been approved. Where I would want to differentiate is the door colors. I think that's, you know, what we did over at Richmond, and we've done in other subdivisions like Nashquisset decades ago, and
I think that's why I was afraid of them looking too much alike.
I don't know. I'm thinking, I'm finalizing my thoughts, and I think it's a really good design. I think it's sensitive to the area. I think it's well thought out with the smaller buildings in front. But I think they should all be the same. It will keep it calm. And I think it will just read as a very tastefully done development. So that's where I'm going.
okay. What do we want to do?
I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to move to approve as submitted.
Okay. So Ray, on your motion.
Goes aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
I'm aye.
Val.
I'm an eye on the structure, but the colors,
You're not allowed to be eye on part of it.
Yeah, you gotta.
I'm with Val.
I guess I'm an eye. My neighborhood needs to be gentrified. And
Yeah.
apparently black and gray is the thing everybody does.
It's harsh.
I'm in, I'm all in. Was there a motion to include a street tree on each side?
There was,
On the lot?
actually, yeah.
Each side, it's gotta be matching.
Reed, you got that?
Yeah, relative to the asphalt that's currently there, we will provide more vegetation than is necessary.
A street tree.
Street tree?
Each, yep, so that there's like bona fide, not, these stubby little Kwanzaa cherries, but an actual street tree on each side. You can always ask me if you need advice on any type of landscape vegetation. So we had a motion, we got it approved, and we're moving on to
Then I would say
Thank you all
motion
very
to
much.
approve number 3.
number 3.
Yeah.
Number
are we?
12, 3 Waydale Road, same motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
As submitted plus a street tree.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Reed.
Take care.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Chip Webster has his hand up.
Chip is last.
Yeah, but he has his hand up. I don't know what he wants to.
Chip?
Oh, no, I just wanted to be a panelist, but maybe I already am. Thanks.
No.
Okay, thank you though, Chip. Thanks for letting us know you're here. 10 Straight Wharf. 20 Broad Street. Matt's here. Hey guys, I just want to let you know, if we get through one more after this, we're gonna have 36 under our belt tonight. That's
crazy.
Pretty amazing. Thank you, everybody.
That doesn't include the consents, right?
No. We're like at 1,050 if you
Yeah.
can include consents.
Yeah. I left.
Okay.
From Sands, yeah, I left and
Matt's
came back.
20 Broad.
Tell me where you want to go.
I would just go to the elevation. I think it's the street side. So if you just scroll down. Yeah, stop right there. Yeah, thank you. So with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll start.
Please.
So this is just an application to add back the basement foundation windows. So the existing condition is there clearly were windows there previously. They've been boarded up for, I don't know how many years, probably since like the 1980s or perhaps earlier. And so as part of the renovation, we wanted to just put the windows back in.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. There weren't Holly comments.
How about Mickey?
Do you guys have anything?
We have no concerns.
Okay, does anyone have any concerns?
I have some concerns.
Okay, Abby, tell
So,
us your concerns.
okay, so here's the thing. Recently, I saw something we okayed, and it had a black foundation or a dark green, and then we had okayed trim on the windows in the basement, and it looks so cheesy.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what your foundation is. Is it black?
I think it is black, yeah.
This is an old picture of it with the
historical image
windows.
that was provided?
Yeah.
Well, what I want to avoid is
Exterior
the
trim.
foundation jumping out at you, like we should be looking at the upper building and not the basement.
What you're talking about is these days, a lot of times, people will install a window into a foundation and case it out the same way that you case out a
Yes,
window
it's not
in
a,
wood frame.
right,
There's a thing called a brick mold.
right.
Where you set the whole window back in, and the brick mold is this minimal piece of trim that's all pushed back into the foundation,
But
which I'm assuming is what you're
I
proposing.
think that's what we have, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I just think we have to be careful when we are okaying the foundations, because people are doing exactly what you said, Ray, and it's not looking
And
so good.
our new street tree mandate isn't gonna hide those.
They're actually doing exactly the opposite of what Ray said. They're not doing the brick mold.
Oh, they're not.
I'm saying, no, we are, but I'm saying, what you're saying is that
Yeah.
people were they're casing out on top of the face of the brick.
Right.
And what Ray described was the recess with the brick mold.
Yeah, so,
It should be all black. gonna be black, paint the sash black, paint the frame
And
black.
Yeah,
What-
I mean, ironically,
glass black.
the older pictures show the sash white, but I'm
I
totally
know.
happy keeping it black.
Okay.
It's really your
It's all
preference. It's big thing.
rhetorical anyway, because we're not gonna see this foundation because of the new street tree.
That's right. These are the
What is this?
stubby, these are
Are
called
they
stubby street
planted
trees.
upside
missed
down?
it.
Abby,
Missed
anything
the
else?
street
Yeah,
tree.
yeah, no, I just wanted to ask, I don't know if it's. in
Motion
the-
to approve is submitted.
I wanted
Right-
to,
Right for the juggler. Abby, do you want to?
yeah, I wanted to know what the foundation color is.
I believe it's a black, like an Essex green or a black. It's a
Okay,
dark.
You're keeping that, right?
Yeah, we're not changing the color.
right, okay. And, yeah, so, and then it has a brick mold.
Yes, we
Okay,
can make that
thank
part of the
you.
motion.
Anything
just
else,
to be
Ed?
sure.
No, just wanted to
Anyone
check.
else?
Yes.
Angus?
Oh, to clarify, so on the application, it says match existing, which is white sash. So we're looking at having this be the same color as the foundation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So any motion to approve, if that's acceptable, would be to modify the application here at the table, so we don't have to write up anything else. And that would be, whose motion?
Well, I'll take back my motion.
I'm sorry, Val. That's right, you made a motion in the middle of Abby's sentence.
Yes, she cut me off.
Yeah, I stood there for you. Okay, what do you want to do now, Val?
Motion to approve is submitted.
With black sash?
With black sash, and just to clarify with Matt, the pictures seem to indicate there is some trim around the window, because it's a different color.
The historic,
The historic, but you're gonna do it,
we do use a brick mold
okay,
and match the sash color to the foundation,
Okay.
existing foundation color.
perfect.
Okay, and you'll mark up the application to correct the color of the trim, right, in the sash?
Oh, sure,
Okay.
yeah.
On Val's motion, Val.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
Aye.
Ray.
Hi.
Val.
Aye.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you very
Yes.
much. Have a good night.
just in relation to Holly's comments, I don't think that she anticipated us getting this far.
Yes,
On
well,
the
I
agenda.
wondered, I was like,
Yeah.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
good for us, bad for her.
I know she was a big fan of Rhoda Wyman's Black Foundation.
Yes.
I'm being sarcastic. I would have used the street address, but I couldn't remember it. 16 Quaker Road Shed. Is Tori here?
Oh, these were mine.
I'm here.
We're gonna try lightning on these next three.
I would love lightning. Let's go.
All right. You have the lead.
Thank you. So from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, there is no front yard setback, so we're proposing a shed to the front perimeter of the lot. And you can see the elevations and the site plan as presented, and look forward to your comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Abby, you had this, your concern was?
I did, yeah, I had a little trouble. I see they're working on this, by the way. As I
They've been
drive
working
by.
on it for a while, correct?
But there's, yeah, so, I can't remember what my concerns are. Maybe that, there's something else, like a, further down, like a, yeah, the shower, I'm fine with the shower. I didn't know which way faced the Quaker Road, so.
It's the west elevation, I believe.
Which we don't have.
We don't have.
Yeah, that was a problem, so.
I'm looking at it. You don't have what I'm looking?
We have two elevations.
Guys,
Okay,
so
so,
Tori, excuse me, we have a south and an east, not a north and a west. So it's behind us.
so it has no, so it's the west elevation, I get that now, but there's no window, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that, First of all, I'm not sure that this is the best place to put a shed, and then I was concerned about it not having a window in it. So, number one, I'm not sure it's the best siting for this, but that's why I didn't put it on consent.
Okay, fair enough. Let's see, Val.
Yeah.
Oh, Mickey.
Oh, Mickey?
Yeah, thank you. Hey, could you look at the site plan, please?
You want us to look at it or you want us to show it on the screen?
Well, both, because to me, there should be a 5-foot setback on that side yard setback property line.
Yeah.
And this is right tight against that. So
Oh.
to me, sighting is a concern. It's also, ideally, it should be pushed back away from the face of the building a little bit, the lack of fenestration on the roadside. And what else? I guess that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. I just want to get a question answered. Tori, there's privet on the yard side and there's a retaining wall adjacent to the driveway, if I remember correctly, between
Correct.
the driveway and the proposed shed. And then behind the retaining wall on the yard side, there's privet, isn't there?
Correct. And I believe the photos dictate that.
No photos.
Yeah, we're having a disconnect, just so you're aware, we're having a disconnect between what's in the packet and what's visible that's been turned in, that are being shown on the YouTube. We'll get through it, but.
Right there, Stephen, is
Yeah,
your
we didn't
photo.
have any of this.
Yeah, that's what I thought it looked like. Okay, so those are the questions I had. They've been answered. Ray?
Okay, well, Mickey voiced a concern that I actually had, which is it would appear that this shed like literally is on the property line. And you need to respect a 5-foot side yard setback. So unless I'm totally missing something, this is going to need to move 5 feet closer to the house. I agree with whoever it was that said there's no window on the side that faces Quaker Road. And I do think that it should be kind of like pushed back vis-a-vis the front face of the house. That's it.
Thanks. Angus?
I agree with the siding of the shed. It feels too far forward. It actually is looking like it's forward of what reads as the front of the house, the street facing part of the house. So I would recommend that it come off the property line on the north and scoot to the east. The more the better.
Okay, thanks. Let's see. Did I get you, Abby?
Yeah, I had concerns.
Can we look at the pictures again since we don't have them or the drawings?
Mr. Chair, through you to Val, you should have it, the same link.
It is completely different from
is.
this.
It's
Well-
okay. Guys, I don't want to waste our time right now. It's not the end of the world.
Right.
It's just been identified.
We have
We'll
it.
figure it out in the office. We
Connie
have
has
it on the
it.
screen. Let's please look at it.
Connie.
Thank you. Val?
I agree with what's been said. With the hedges that are there, you're not going to see anything on the side facing the road, but it might also be better if it was just turned 90 degrees.
Okay.
Oh, it's a shadow?
Yeah.
I have on that as a shadow.
Anything else, Val?
No.
Okay, so I kind of agree with what's been said. I agree it should be turned 90 degrees. I think it should be a salt box, and I think it should be a salt box with the lower portion of the roof towards the rear. I'm not concerned about having a window on the Quaker Road side because the privet is there, and it would be able to observe the 5-foot setback from the. Actually, what is the zone here? What's the zone?
If I could, I was waiting, Chair,
Yeah,
to
go ahead.
comment. Okay, so to answer a couple questions. So the zoning is 5-foot setback around the 3 perimeters that have been identified and 0-foot setback on the I guess what we're going to call the front, which is forward of the front door of the existing west elevation that we're looking at in this photo. We are more than happy to reduce the length of the shed in the current configuration. We're more than happy to rotate it 90 degrees, but there is a 0-foot setback to the north.
So the rear
And
of,
which,
I thought it was always.
sorry, go ahead, Steve.
no, I'm sorry, Troy, I just want to be clear. So the property line adjacent to the number 14 existing house is a 0 setback?
Is that to the north that you're talking about?
I'm not seeing the cardinal point on the survey I have.
Oh, it's in the
I
corner.
believe yes.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
15 or
that's it.
16.
Okay. So,
Can I just add, if we're
Yeah.
going to revisions, I just think that the proposed is just too large, and I can't read what it says. It says the width is 7.5, and the length is 16 or 15 or 10?
I believe it's
elevation.
15 and change, yeah.
15. So I think what would help this a lot would be if it was reduced in length.
Maybe
It doesn't
12?
look like-
Yeah, it's not
It
huge.
doesn't look like the same.
I know.
I'm not sure that what's drawn is to scale on
Okay.
the site plan.
Yeah, no, it isn't, because that
Because it looks
looks,
much larger in the site
yeah,
plan.
it sure does, okay.
Tori, I think given its location, but I want to get some clarity. I think we have consensus on rotating 90 degrees. It needs to observe at least the minimum setback off the north property line. I think that it's safe to say that even if it's 0, the commissioners would want to have some type of vegetative buffer between the shed and the neighboring number 14 existing house on the north. Up for grabs and discussion when you come back is a window on Quaker roadside and whether this is a gable or a salt box.
Okay.
Is that kind of square with everyone?
Yeah, that's my,
That's
that's
we're
my
gonna vote
motion for revisions.
Okay,
Well, I have a question when you guys are ready.
go ahead.
So Steve, I believe you said the endpoint of the salt box would be to the north?
The shorter roof plane, yeah, with the top plate of the existing gable maintained on the south side, and then it would drop on the north side. And I personally, if the shed got a little fatter and shorter, I think it would be okay, because you're gonna rotate
Okay.
it. And it will take up less in the rotation by going with the salt box and modifying the footprint a little more, not a lot more, but a little more square. You're not
Yep.
gonna lose much more yard space.
Okay, and the 90-degree rotation is across the board, correct?
Yeah, so that would all fall into play, rotate it, make it a little less wide left to right once you rotate it, a little deeper,
Yep.
put a salt box on it and see what happens with that in a window.
And
not.
pull it off the property line at least a foot.
Yeah, whatever's required for the setback.
It's a 0, zoning is a 0-foot setback,
I always thought that was in the front.
Okay, well, let's
which
just,
this is the front in this case.
right. So let's just verify that and make sure everything's super cool and we'll be ready to roll on the next one. Okay, we
Okay,
are,
so hold for revisions.
yeah, and that's Tori's motion.
I made that motion.
Abby, on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Greg? Aye. Val?
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay, so we're gonna go on to the next item, which is 16 Quaker Road outdoor shower.
There's no sizes and no drawings.
It's all on the application. 6-foot board fence, 4-by-4-foot outdoor shower.
It's not on there.
No, it's empty,
It's gonna be up here.
what we have.
Okay, so I just want to point out, without naming the person who's listed on reviewing these for consent, this would be your opportunity to review an application for completeness, and what's not included should be a reference for staff to follow up with the applicant's agent on. Okay, Tori, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Kathy and I revisited this a couple times, and I thought that we had satisfied everything and resubmitted the original concerns. It's a 6-foot board fence, happy to compromise on height if you need to. Vertical board, cedar, natural weather, 4-foot by 4-foot square.
Okay, so Tori, we're looking at the site plan and the site plan doesn't indicate that and it's not on the application. So I would urge you to do yourself and us a favor. Well, you're really not doing us a favor, but you're definitely doing you a favor. And make sure that dimensions are on the site plan and the applications. Does anyone have a question looking at the site plan of where the shower is?
No,
And
I
does
see
anyone
where
have-
it is, just, is it, is it just plain boards, is it?
I think it,
Yeah.
yes, that's what's proposed, but I think I want to remind everyone, we dictate what it is. So what would you like it to be?
Well, yeah.
Val?
As plain as possible, as
Yeah,
I would say
that's what I'm asking.
3 by 4.
natural to weather, board with a,
Yeah, I'm not putting you on
Yeah.
the spot. I'm trying to empower you.
Yeah.
Tell us what you want. Let's do it.
yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, hold on, Tori. We're running out of steam here and we want to.
Yep, I understand.
Ray?
Yep.
Listen, if it's not marked somewhere else, a 6-foot high, red cedar, natural to weather, board fence, vertical with a cap, done. 4 by 4, which I believe is what you had requested. That's it.
Yes.
Story.
Exhibit A,
Yep,
motion.
so moved.
You guys can vote your concerns. Ray on your motion?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And
I
I'm an
actually,
aye.
I actually put this on.
And Ray's gonna draw it up and we're gonna wrap it up. It's not quite 8:30. and
I just wanted to comment that I did update the application with Kathy. I thought that everything was updated. I apologize.
Sorry, Ethan. I tried, but we need 5 minutes at least. Yeah.
Of course. I appreciate all of you.
Okay, thanks. Have a good night, everyone.
Yep.
Minutes, do we have a motion on minutes to approve October 22nd, November 5th, February 18th, and to hold March 11th, because I still haven't looked at them. Okay, we're gonna save minutes. I mean, they're October. Next meeting is April 8th. Be here or be square. Motion to adjourn, please.
Please.
All in favor here, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Really great job tonight. We got through a whole bunch of stuff.
Sure did.
And in a very responsible way. Good night, Joe. Good night, Angus.
See you later.
Good night, John Boy.